All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome officially to day 4 of DevReach. We have had a super awesome week. So much great content, so many amazing folks. But we are so happy that we are finally here because I think a lot of us have been just gearing up towards this day. So, Ivana, good to see you. This
Good to
is
see you, Sam.
this is Sam Basu and Ivana Dimitrova, your MCs for the day. Because our official MC is on a more important duty today, because she's the host. Yeah. So, welcome to DevReach. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are at. Thank you so much for joining us. I see the chat room filling up. Yeah, awesome. Hello, everyone. Our good friends are here. Screech Rat, hello. Yeah.
So many people from the rest of the week. We're so happy that you're coming again. We can't wait to chat to you in chat, but for now, we can't really type. Yeah, it's going to sound horrible on our mics, but we're so happy to see you again. Thank you so much for coming, and we hope to see you all day. Yeah, wait, warm up for the relay.
All right, so why don't we play it a little different since our host of the day is so good at being an MC? Why don't we bring her on a little early today? There we go. There she is. Look at her.
You flatter me, darling.
Oh, you're amazing.
I'm so sad that you don't both stay on stage all day. Like, it just, the vibes. Thank you both for bringing them.
We'll come on whenever you want. Yeah, as you can see, we are. I'm in my kitchen trying to get a big breakfast for a big day. Yeah. All right, let's bring up some visuals so we can talk through what is going to happen. And it is a lot, and it's complicated, which is why I think Alyssa can explain the best.
Complicated?
Yeah. I don't know. You have signed up for a lot. I mean, the speakers list.
I did. Yeah. My amazing leader of our team was like, "Hey, can you come up with 4 speakers?" And I was like, "No, I can come up with 11." So that happened.
Like, is there anybody left in the Angular community that you don't have pretty much?
I apologize. But I thought this would be a really epic format. Hopefully you all love it and it's amazing. If not, we're going to laugh through the failure. So it'll be fine.
I think it's going to be awesome.
All right, let's welcome folks here a little bit. So once again, you are here at DevReach. Thank you so much for joining us throughout the week. It's been awesome. We had Blazor Day, we had React Day. Yesterday we had Xamarin and .NET Day, and today it's Angular Day. But we could not do all of this without our sponsors. All right, so Computer World, Economy BG, Trending Topics, DevBG, Tech News, Manning, Mobilize, Pact. You are all awesome. You're our media partners. You're making this all happen. So thank you for everything. All right, so let's talk about the week we have had. What was the most fun day that you two had? It's hard to pick.
I feel like that's picking favorites, which is a big no-no in the tech community.
Yeah. I do feel today is going to be the most amazing day.
Right? Honestly, I said it yesterday, and it actually spurred on this. It was like one of those, oh no, what have I done? I said, I'm a JavaScript girl in a .NET world when I was talking to Dan Siegel yesterday. And Sarah was like, so new Twitch stream, weekly, bi-weekly, and I'm like, okay, cool. So I think I'm going to be learning .NET. It's actually something I've always been really interested in, but that was something that I found the React Day as I was sitting through. I was like, man, this is a lot of cool stuff. But I was surprised by how fun the Blazor and Xamarin Maui days were, respectively, because I didn't expect to get it that much.
Right. Yeah, that's a catchy thing, and be careful what you say. It might just be a Twitch show.
I need this to happen, please.
No, it's happening. It's like set in stone, you guys.
There you go. And Sarah has already signed you up, so come back up now. It's on the internet. Okay, so tomorrow, folks, okay, we are going to have 4 amazing days. We have had 3. It's going to be super awesome today, but tomorrow is the code party. And I don't think the chat room knows the amount of crazy that's about to hit them tomorrow, right? It's going to be some amazing folks. We're going to start a little later, so we are in party mode, right? Yes. I know Alyssa has been waking up at like 6 a.m. her time every morning, so it'll be good to start a little late. But we are going to talk about some amazing stuff and bring on some amazing folks. There is going to be dev superheroes. Is that right, Ivana?
Yes, so we will be giving gratitude to our tech heroes. So keep an eye out on the chat. A little form might pop in for you to nominate your tech hero. Or if you want to do it right now, you can head over to our Twitter at DevReach. And it's a pin post right up there. It's a very easy form. And we will be shouting out people from the community because we know that it's just, it's the people around us that make our tech days better and easier. And I think this week has been a complete testament to that. So tomorrow we'll just be very grateful for all of you, and you can express your gratitude too.
Can I put out a tiny spoiler?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you're in the chat and you own chicken paraphernalia, maybe you should wear it.
There will be chickens tomorrow.
Do it.
A lot of chickens and donuts and some amazing prizes to give away. I also hear something about spaceships might also make their way in. We'll see.
Really?
Ooh,
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh.
So you are signing up for a super awesome day tomorrow. You should
also
come join us.
a lot of competition stuff. So be sharp.
Oh, you mean prizes and trivia and things like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you can see how much you're upsetting TJ here, Alyssa, that you probably React is too close to you. So I can see that you're trying to hop onto the .NET ship, which is so different for you.
React reminds me of AngularJS. When I first fell in love with Angular, it was AngularJS and the two-way binding and then adding Firebase in and the three-way. And I was like, the power, right? It was mind-blowing. And so when I go and I play with React, I'm like, I just miss AngularJS so much. That's why I can't. I'm sorry. I love you all React people though.
And while we're chatting in the chat room, Miss Serafat's dropped a whole bunch of subs. So thank you. Yeah, we love you all. All right, let's look forward to what else is here. So this is important, and you have seen us talk through this most of the week. While we're having so much fun, let's keep it respectful, right? There is a code of conduct. Please don't make anybody feel uncomfortable. And let's just all chill, yeah? All right, and prizes. Big prizes coming up today. We switched back gaming consoles because we don't want to pick favorites.
Well,
we kind of picked a favorite for a day.
I kind of picked the Xbox One because I'm an Xbox gamer. My name is Speedo Girl. That's Speedo Girl in the chat. I love Destiny. I love raiding. I love PvP and comp. So if you get the Xbox One, download Destiny. We'll be best friends, right? So that's why it had to be the prize. It had to be.
Yes, and without the S's, Speedo Girl is Alyssa. Yes. All right, so amazing prizes coming up today. Amazon gift cards, Twitch subs. There may be shirts, there may be mystery prizes, and Xbox. All right. Now, today, why are we doing all of this stuff? It is a marathon of a day. It is a relay race. I don't think I've ever seen a Twitch stream with so many people passing the control to build one thing. That's going to be amazing. I cannot wait for it. Yeah. And I hear, Alyssa, that something else might make its way. So just for you.
Oh.
Just for you. So we're going to have a side theme of Little Miss Pony.
Yes. Do you want me to explain that? Do we want to save it for the end?
Please, let's just give them a little teaser of what's to come.
Yeah, so the Tour of Heroes. If you're here, you love Angular, you maybe have heard of John Papa's The Tour of Heroes demo app. It's all over the docs, right? So I took the Tour of Heroes and I maybe replaced all of the heroes with My Little Pony characters because I enjoy ponies more. And so that's the app that each of our speakers will have 10 minutes to kind of modify or add their own touches to. And there'll be a whole bunch of PRs at the end of the day. So you should be able to see everybody's code there. But that is why there's ponies. And you can kind of, I love John Papa's Tour Pizza Chef. That's why you can see we're decked out in ponies, but also the Angular relay. Hey, ancient coder. So yes. Oh.
Good to see you all. And like Sarah said, for those of you just joining us, thanks for being here. We love you. We appreciate you. All right, so it's going to be awesome, and we're going to see a relay race with ponies. That's awesome. All right, and here is the day. Okay, just look at the list of names. Like a dozen people, amazing folks from the Angular community. Shai Resnick, Ravi Veliad, Sandra Elias, Chris Ford, Sunny Yusuf, John Papa, Deborah Kurata, Kate Sky, Stephen Flynn. I'm sounding like a rapper right here. Look at the
And
number.
during our brunch break, we have a mukbang with the Angular Air crew, Bonnie Brennan, Mike Brocky, and Justin Schwarzenberger.
Awesome. So do you want to explain real quick, Alyssa, what's going to go on during each of these sections?
Yes, darling. I have split it in half. So each section is 25 minutes. Quick, maybe for some of you who are used to. Thanks, Jellica. Yes, it is quick. It is a lot, but the idea was twofold. I wanted it to be entertaining, and I feel like, and this could just be me and my ADHD, but I feel like if something goes beyond 30 minutes, I start to do this. Like, I can't do it. I can't do it. You could be the most popular person in the world, right? I'm watching, Elon Musk talk, and I'll just like after 30 minutes, like I just can't. And so I wanted it to be bite-sized so that if you're like me and you're super distractible, that if you want to tune in, you have the attention span. And so for the first 10-ish minutes, we're going to be doing personal interviews. No shenanigans. I want to warn all of my speakers ahead of time. I have given C# Fritz, Jeff Fritz, permission to troll. So there's that. You're welcome. But the first 10-ish minutes will be a personal interview. So I know a lot of these big names, right? Like Shai Resnick, everybody knows him. He's like he is the improv king. He is the comedian of all time, super smart, teaches Angular testing. But do we know him on a personal level, right? Same thing with people like John Papa, Deborah Kurata, Stephen Flynn. We have a huge list of big names, and I wanted to see, some people already know. They already know the C# Fritz. They already know. So 10 minutes of a personal interview and then 10 minutes of coding, however they wanted to modify the My Little Pony version of the Tour of Heroes. And so it'll be really interesting to see. It was fun actually talking to each of the 9 speakers and seeing like, hey, what do you want to add to this application? And then seeing that every single one of them had their own unique thing. Nobody was overlapping. And that I think is what is so freaking beautiful about development in general, is that there's so much to cover.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Okay, we are running up to your time, so I don't want to take anything away. But
Let's do it.
speakers, be careful. If you run close to your allotted time, there may or may not be a voice of God to spook you out. We shall see. All right, and speaking of Angular, speaking of all the goodness, every Wednesday, Alyssa gets up here on Twitch, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and talks about all things UI, all things CSS. And next week, I hear you're going to talk about, you're going to bring Ed on and talk about SAS.
Me and Ed are talking SAS. I think the topic is 100 SAS tips to impress your friends. Like, because we're going to cover 100 things in an hour. But yeah.
Of course you will. So without further ado, you can already see us, the gorgeous, your host for the day, Miss Alyssa Nicoll. Welcome, and welcome everybody. So MC's out. Let's take my visuals down, and we'll see you on the other side. And take it away.
Mwah. I would like to welcome to the stage, already introduced him earlier, the Shai Resnick.
Hello. Didn't pick
good
my hair.
morning.
My makeup artist wasn't available, so I'm. Can you hear me correctly?
Good afternoon. Sorry, I always forget. Like, obviously.
Yeah, you sent me an invite to 3 a.m. the other day.
And I was like, wait, it's what time? Your time? Yeah. Oh my goodness, Shai, how are you?
I'm good. As you can see.
Okay.
Yeah.
I told kind of a sneak peek on you. My first interview question. I want to know why, for people who are joining, maybe they're from the .NET world, they don't know anything about Angular. What are you most known for in the community? Why do people know you? Why do they rush up to you on the street asking for your signature?
What? I'm not good at answering those questions. Wow. How do you know me, Alyssa?
Oh,
what do
man.
you know?
I was just but a wee Angular tyke, and I met you. I think were we speakers at a conference together, and I like met you at like a speaker event or something, and you were like super cool and nice to me, and I was like, I'll be your friend.
Alyssa knows you because of Bonnie. Hi, Shy.
Hey, Bonnie. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited for DevReach. With Alyssa.
Bye, Bonnie.
I had to have Bonnie come on. I know we talked about it, and so Jeff just threw that together this morning. So
thank you, Jeff. Thank you for getting Bonnie.
Very well planned.
Yeah, yeah, like so much ahead of time, not last minute at all. But so Shy, I think you're known for. You can correct me if you're wrong. Things like ngconf, ngrap, your improv, your funny like shows that you put together that are both entertaining and teaching. But also testing and your courses, highres.io. Am I missing anything major? Because those are the things I know you from.
Yeah, I make a good falafel. I'm, I have a hair that always pointing on this direction. But yeah, so basically I started with Angular back in 2012, I think, or something like that, with Angular.js. And I always had a passion for testing. And my big goal was to create like a courses for Angular so they will be both entertaining and educational. And but my other desire was to make them in depth. And soon I realized that I cannot do the both of them. I cannot make teach everything in Angular and make it in depth enough. So I picked like the topic that I'm most passionate about, which is testing, and I started focusing only on that to make sure that people are getting from a place of zero tests and zero confidence, afraid to push code into production so they won't get like a call in the middle of the night and in 3 a.m. Alyssa, production is down, come to the office or, open your laptop and
I mean, you really wouldn't believe. So me and my husband both are front-end developers, and you would not believe the amount of times he's across from me, like our desks, and he'll be like, so I'm working on this bug that's in production right now. And I'll be like, you know what would have really been great? And he goes, testing. Like
Exactly. And so I see the pain like all the time, and I'm doing consulting, and so I see it firsthand, and I experience it myself. So I decided to take, all the things that I did privately in the private like consulting sessions and move them into a video form and start addressing the entire world and hey, let me help you. Maybe this will be funny, but also transform your life, in terms of I don't know what I'm doing, and now I'm a TDD master, and I get the confidence. So it's been a long journey, but now we're seeing people actually telling us thank you. Now I finally get how to develop with tests without getting stuck, and I get the confidence that I wanted. So that's heartwarming, and that's my sole focus. So I did a lot of stuff in the past, including the funny talks at ngconf, and where I did just to entertain sometimes, and sometimes to teach and entertain, and sometimes just to goof around. But now I'm trying to take all that and put it into one niche, which is testing, and solve that problem forever. So
just like a permanent solution for okay, I've seen Bonnie sprinkled throughout everything, like your talks, your website, your t-shirt. There you go. Can you explain to us who Bonnie is and how Bonnie was born into the world?
Probably you got Bonnie in your house somewhere, right?
Who? Me? What?
Hey, Bonnie. How are you? Okay, so actually, that's a fun story. Bonnie is my cousin. Okay? No. When I started, when I created Hi-Res.io, which is I searched for the like shortest name I could find back in I think 2014.
Okay.
And I said like hi, like I thought, okay, I won't call it Shirez because back then my blog was shirez.com. So my friend asked me, why won't you call it high res, like high res and high resolution, like concepts and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So I was like, hey, yeah, okay. So I named it that. And when I searched for a logo, I was like, okay, what could be something that will remind me that I'm not to take myself too seriously and to make it fun and light and not like, because these are boring, topics to teach. And, if you do it like in a monophonic way and not like and I love nonsense and all improv and stuff like that. So I picked the character like from a children's show that I grew up on, which is Ren and Stimpy. And they had always in the background, like in some episode, a beaver, in the background, like opening up like a nut and drinking and like doing crazy nonsense stuff. And I always like this background character. So in my first YouTube video, so I designed the logo. I designed it like as a construction beaver. And
Okay. Well, the beaver in the show wasn't a construction beaver. It was just a beaver.
No.
Right. Okay.
So I said like I'm teaching people how to build web apps. So it's gonna be a construction beaver. But then I when I did my first video on YouTube, like as an experiment, I wanted someone else to ask me questions and like a ventriloquist or something like that. Like that. Yeah. So and I didn't have one. So I said, hey. And I looked at the logo and I was like, what if he could talk? And then I like put it in the video and like make sarcastic remarks on stuff.
Bonnie was bored. I love it. Oh so my goodness.
So that's Bonnie.
People are asking us, when are we gonna see some code? I think 2 minutes. We've got 2 more minutes of interview and then Shai's gonna share his screen and show us some code.
Really? I'm gonna share my I should probably open stuff.
If you feel like it, darling, could you please?
I will do stuff.
Okay, another question. Mm-hmm. We used to travel. We did traveling. Yeah. That was the thing. Do you have any, and I'm totally putting you on the spot, so no is a fine thing. We can move to the next one. Do you have any funny stories with traveling? Like I was on a plane and this guy was all like, like any really ridiculous traveling stories that come to the top of your mind?
We don't have time for these stories. I have like 1 hour stories. I have a show that I produced in Israel called True Story, which like people come and share like funny stories on stage.
It's not like streamed or anything, right?
And no, it's better with live audience and stuff. But yeah, so I have a lot of stories, but they are too long for the 2 minutes that. Like
the 2 minutes that you're given.
The people who have no clue what am I talking about and who is this guy, just want to see like testing and stuff.
All right. Let's do it. Let's share your screen, darling. Let's get some testing underway.
Let me see if I can share my screen. Let's see.
And I'm gonna drop it in the chat a couple times, but I have some links here. That C# Fritz was kind enough to prep for us. So we've got some testing links, things that Shai's created that he's about to show off, but there they are in the chat and I'll share them again later. Yes.
Yeah. I hope so when I see it in the comments here, it's like a lot, but anyway, it's a lot like in condensed form.
It is. I know.
Okay. Anyway, so can you see my screen?
I can see your screen. How's the font size? Are we happy? Do you want it up? Do we want to make it smaller?
Good, but depend. Like people in the comments.
Let us know. Let us know, chat. All right. So show us some testing, Shai. So by the way, this code is on the GitHubs. We'll share that link out, but it has no testing. Poor Shai had to add all the infrastructure. There was like not even a single test file.
Yeah. So So in a couple of minutes, it's hard to go into something that I usually takes hours to teach, and from the basics up and all the way up to like testing advanced observables and stuff like that. So I want to go briefly on that, and I have a free workshop that anyone who's interested can go. I have a link. I don't know if you prepared the link, but I have like a special link that I put here, which is let me do like this and paste it. So it's a high-res link Angular relay 2020. So this is, if you go here, you will reach my free workshop and you can sign up. Anyway, so I will just go briefly and I will talk as I think. I didn't like prepare it like super. I want to pick something small enough just to show you what's possible and how to think about stuff when you're approaching testing in Angular. So I picked like this component, the heroes dot component, which it's pretty standard. It's like maybe the old way of doing stuff, which is subscribing and assigning to a local property.
Oh, we got a request to make it a bit larger, darling.
Large, okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Awesome. This is better. Okay. So let me close the terminal here. And close this. So this is the components, pretty standard, although we are like using observable, but not really using async pipe or stuff like that. And we're just like subscribing here and saving it to the local variable. So I want to show how I would test this stuff, and along the way to show like testing of like something with observable, and also maybe if we will have time to refactor it to a newer way or a different way, which like saving the subscription on the component itself, and how to test that with another library and such. So in order to test this this thing, I want to pick this method, which is small enough. We just like create, like we don't really care about like what it does. It just, we know that it returns an observable of an array of heroes, and we are saving those heroes here in a local property, which is pretty simple. But approaching this problem, we need to understand how we're going to like even test it and stuff like that. So the first thing that I want to do is I prepared like an empty spec file, because there wasn't any. You know how you're generating a new project or a new component and just deleting the spec file? Anyone in the chat, write if it ever happened to you. Anyway, so this is like the
anytime I'm like ng new, I'm like, no testing.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe now you will do it. Exactly. Tests can fail if there are no tests. So I will show you maybe a slightly different way of what you're used to see in like the documentation or the blog posts and stuff like that.
And we had a good question: is this default Angular testing or any framework for testing in Angular we need? Is there one default way that's like, this is how you test in Angular? Like, I didn't know.
So there's Angular provide you with a set of tools that help you test stuff in Angular, like test bed and such, to configure your modules. But there are a lot of stuff that it doesn't really provide like a default way to like how to test advanced observables, or how to test how to create spies for stuff, or so a lot of holes that we needed to fill. So a lot of time people
you were like, hey, I've got time on my hands, I'll just write those things.
Yeah, exactly. So I wrote two libraries. I wrote and I rewrote another one from an old legacy project that helped me and my clients. It started like to write easier tests and or more easily and with less code. And I want to show off those libraries. So that's in terms of the tools. So you have like the default tools, but you have still a lot of things missing that I'm trying to, release as much open source as I can to clear or to, I don't know, give you the capabilities to do it. So when we talk about testing Angular, usually you will see we need to differentiate between DOM testing and class testing at the start. And what do I mean by that? So DOM testing is anything that is compiling our template. You know how Angular has a compiler, so it needs to look at our, let's say, this is the template, okay? So we need to look at this, and it needs to create a JavaScript object out of this, okay? So this is the compiling. And this, when we do that, we transfer it into DOM, and that makes it a DOM test. And for anyone who starts right now, there isn't a very good tool to do that. I'm working on one, but I'm going to release it in the next couple of months, so it's not ready yet. But
what will it be called so people can? Oh, you don't have the name. Never mind. It's fine.
Yeah, don't have a name yet. So, but follow me on Twitter and you'll see, or So there is DOM testing, which you need to create a component and you get like a fixture and stuff like that. But there is another simpler way which reduces a lot of the complexity that DOM test brings to the table and stuff like that, which is class testing. So
there's an idea in chat for your testing name for the thing you're creating.
Bodacious testing tool. Testing tool. BBTT. Nice one. I love it. Anyway, so let's start testing this thing with class testing, okay? Without DOM testing, we won't compile the component. We just create its class. So the first thing I do is I'm just taking the name and just put in here, so I will know which thing I'm testing in general. And now I want to set up the environment. So you can do it in a before each function, which runs before each test. I use a library called HiRes.io given. Jasmine given. So you can just npm install it or yarn install it, and this gives me the ability to use a slightly different syntax for the same word. So instead of writing before each, usually when you write test, you write before each and you write it. Okay, these are the two functions. So it helps me breaks down tests into a more like a logical structure, which gives me like these methods, given, when, and then. So okay, this helps me break down the tests into a much clearer structure, and we'll see it now. So I start with like a general given, which is a before each, where I configure my test bed. Okay, so I need to import it, and the testing module. Okay, so now a lot of time you will see like declarations and stuff like that, and you will put here your component. This is like the DOM testing way. So you just drop it in here, and this is the DOM testing way. But this, like I said, it brings out like a lot of problems. You will see a lot of errors. You need to import a lot of modules in a real project in order to make it work. So a trick that I teach people who just starting out is to use like the providers. You don't really have to use that. You can also just ignore testbed and just use new and just create a new instance yourself. But I like to use it because it removes the need to know in which order to pass the dependencies here in the constructor. So I use this trick. And for some reason, your project is configured with a weird tsconfig here, okay, with just references and stuff like that. So it makes it harder on VS Code to identify how to import stuff from the project.
You're
so
welcome.
I need to do it. I need to do it manually. Anyway, so that's the way I just like configure like, hey, the testing environment. So, and another caveat, this is what's called an isolated test. It's not an integration test, something like that, where I will need to, import all the stuff that the application needs in order to operate it. And this actually won't, it's not yet an isolated test because we still need to fake this dependency in order for it to be an isolated test. But we'll see how to do it soon.
You have 4 minutes.
I have 4 minutes to do everything?
Yes.
God damn it, you and your time limit. Anyway, so let me just skip. If you want to see it, okay, join my courses and stuff, So let me just write, okay, the test, okay? So what I'm doing here, I'm injecting the heroes component, and you know what? I have a snippet. Let me I'm always prepared. I use these snippets anyway in my test, so I can choose the framework. I will give it a heroes component, and it's a component, and yeah, I'll just skip to the method, and the get heroes method is what we want to test. So what I did basically here is pretty much the same. I have like the component under test. I'm injecting it here, and this is just a placeholder for later. And now I want to test this method, right? So that's where the given when then part starts. So what is the action that I'm testing? It's calling the method, which is pretty easy. So it's just calling the component under test and calling the get heroes. Okay, easy peasy, right? So what is the outcome that I want to have? So basically saving the heroes locally or something like that, right? So I want to expect that the components under test have heroes, and it's equal to, I don't know, some fake heroes, okay? Because we don't have it yet. So let's create this fake heroes here. And it will be of the same type, okay? Heroes array, nice. So now we need to set it up, okay? What is those fake heroes? So this is where they're given. This is the setup, okay, of the test. So we just like, what is a hero? It has an ID, let's see. ID and a name. Okay,
pretty basic, yeah.
Yeah, pretty basic. So ID, I always like something exaggerated like this, and name Bonnie. Anyway, so this will be our fake hero. So when we call this method, this is the outcome that we want to have, right? So if I open the terminal and I save this test, what we'll see here is that it will fail probably, or right, it failed, which is good because we didn't really like did anything, okay? So we can see that we have like this error because we didn't properly isolated our component, and this is like the reason to do it, because it actually goes to the HTTP client and try to do an AJAX call. So what we want to do is to fake this service, this dependency, and usually, what you will see in blog posts and stuff like that is to do it manually. But for this, I have this library called Jasmine Autospies that does that automatically. So the way we do it is to just add it to the provider and use this format, which is provide the method and use the value as
the
create spy. Oh, that's it. We don't have time.
Time's up.
God damn it. Anyway, that's it, right? So yeah, so that's it. We don't have time, but we don't really need a lot of time because we pretty much
so I really want to promote you have a free, and that's right, like he didn't stutter, it's free testing course, right? Like it's so
The
we
workshop.
have
We have a
workshop.
testing workshop that goes over like the high level overview of what you need to know in order to test, like to fully test your app, and which type of test you need to write in order to get like the most confidence and stuff like that.
Perfect.
And
So
I have
in the stream, check out those links. It's actually the links to all of the things that he's written and been talking about, and also to his free workshop. So.
Exactly. So anyway, we are just want to show you. I know we are out of time, but I know I want people to live with
And I
something
heard
valuable.
you're creating a PR for us, so people can check out your pull request. Should be
So
on the
we will see
GitHubs.
different versions. So I will put this version, but basically, in order to configure your observable, I just need to configure this and say next with, which is this is an API you don't find anywhere else, only in my library. It just tells it to, okay, take these fake heroes and return it as an observable. And when you save it, okay, we should see that that's passing or not. Let's see. Wait. Hero service, this value, blah, blah, blah. Anyway.
Thank you so much for coming on, man. I know it was super fast. Next
Oh,
time
yeah.
I'll give you more time.
It is passing. It is passing.
It passed!
It's passed. You can see it. Yay. I wasn't lying. I know
All
what
right.
I'm talking about.
Shai,
Yeah.
you have a wonderful flipping afternoon. People, check out his free workshop. If you want to know more about testing, highres.io, links in the chat. But we appreciate you so much, Shai. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Welcoming to the stage, 2 minutes late, my bad, Ravi Valiat.
Hey, Alyssa, long time. How are you?
Oh my goodness, Ravi. How are you? What time is it for you? Where are you? Tell the people where you're at.
I am at India, Ahmedabad. I'm at Gujarat, one of my favorite states to live in, and it is 6:13 p.m. dot.
6:30 p.m. Wow, we are
13:13.
I'm 7:30, well, 7:40 a.m. So we are like opposite sides, man. That's
The opposite sides.
So I want to introduce Ravi because I had him on a podcast, and I have a lot of big names come through my podcasts that I do. I have 2 that I run weekly that I help host, and Ravi came on and blew my mind with it was an audio only podcast, and he blew my mind with like his ability to teach verbally without any like written. I've never before, I'm talking like big names, biggest names in the industry. I have never before met anyone who was able to teach code verbally so well and come up with these on the fly examples. I was so impressed with Ravi. I was like, anything that I can do to showcase this man, because you're brilliant. You're absolutely brilliant. So welcome.
That's so nice of you. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much.
So how can people find you? How do people know you in the community? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
So as of now, I'm working as a corporate trainer and I'm a freelancer. I'm not associated with any company as such, but I started my journey like before 12 years back in 2008, where I went for development and training. Like I was pass out from the college, adrenaline rush and all. I wanted to work as a trainer, corporate trainer, but little did I know that I have to first work in the corporate to work as a trainer, So, so I worked as a junior PHP developer because I was rejected every time when I wanted to go for training, of course. And then I went on to a senior developer position, then a team lead and a tech lead and a project lead. And in 2017, I was actually working at a very good company, a local company in India. Now it is also having its office in the US. It's called Agile Infoways, and I was working as a project lead over there. But then I had to quit my job because I wanted to pursue training so bad that I actually quit my job, and then I went on in the corporate training scenario. And with those like 10 years of experience, I was now unrejectable, so people accepted me, and people then at companies like TCS, Capgemini, Conduent, Aviva, Etisalat, and the list goes on and on. I had I've been training at these companies since around 3 years now. Just
So
completed a TCS batch
developer
yesterday.
advocate was kind of a new role for me. I hadn't really heard of it, especially when going through college and learning
Mhm.
about development. So
Mhm.
same thing with corporate trainer. Didn't know that was a role. So
I actually,
can you explain that to people?
yeah, I too didn't know that corporate trainer was a role in essence, because when I was studying, I wanted to become a lecturer, a college lecturer, and because those were my ideals. Those people were the people whom I looked up to. And then one of my friend, his name is Vijay, very very best friend of mine, a childhood friend of mine. He said that you can go into corporate training. I thought, what was it like? What is corporate training? Then he said that you do the same thing, but you do it in the companies. You teach people, but you teach it in the companies. He explained it as simple as that. Okay, I thought I'll give it a try, and then the rest is, you can say that it might be the creation of a history later on. After 10 years, you might say that.
Do you think it was your experience of moving up through the ranks of like doing the junior, the senior, the team lead that like makes you such an awesome trainer? Or do you think you just were like built with a brain that can just bring up these examples, explain things like what why are you so good at it if people want to become you?
There are two reasons actually. Climbing up the ladder, definitely reason number one, where when I climbed up the ladder, let's say when I go from the junior developer to a senior, senior to a team lead, and each and every time I'm at one level, I realize the mistakes that I did in the previous level, because those, like, only 90% of the things were, like, only 10% of the things were correct that I did in the previous level. 90% of them were mistakes. I realize it when I am looking at from a better perspective, and that actually definitely helped me out. The experience definitely counts. But more than that, I come from a family of teachers. My mom is a teacher. Like, there are, like, my uncles and aunts, they are lecturers, teachers, professors, and I also wanted to be like them, and I'm just taking that role to the corporate level. That's
The
it.
corporate
So
level.
maybe
Yeah.
the genes might be acting up.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, Ravi, I want to ask a couple. I think we have some time for a little bit more.
Hmm.
Let's see, which question do I want to ask you? We talked about what you're known for in the community. I also want to give a shout out. I know that we have a link to your blog in the chat, but I want to give a shout out to your YouTube channel.
Oh, nice. Thanks.
Because you YouTube like all the time, right? Like there's
I
so
do.
many videos on there. They're like, do you only teach Angular or do you have others?
So I do teach Angular, React, and I'm planning to start on Laravel and Node.js. I do have Node.js in my regional language. Like, I try to promote my regional language as well, Gujarati, and then I'm also trying to promote my national language. Here's my national flag, by the way, Hindi. And I would like to, make those videos as well, plus English videos as well. I like to keep things together. I like to keep everyone together.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm
Mhm.
just so impressed that you have the time. That's amazing. So let's see. I want to learn a little bit about you. So, what is a common thing for you to eat for the first meal of your day?
I start with pure Gujarati food. I'm actually like sort of a foodie. I have not been advised to by the doctors, by the way, but still I don't actually consider that. And there is something called tepla, and I don't know if you would be able to pronounce it, but I drink tea, that is chai tea that you may call it. The tea with the milk in it. That is the Indian tea version, and then tepla. And I would like you to pronounce it, by the way.
Tipla?
Oh, you get it. I mean, you'll not face any problems if you come to Gujarat, you come to Ahmedabad. You just tell Thepla, give me Thepla. They'll give
What?
it to you.
Describe it. What is this?
It's like a bread, but
Mm.
it's sort of a spicy bread. Um, and it's like round in shape. So it's like a pizza bread, but a lot thinner. And it is made of wheat flour. And there's spices in it. You can eat it all alone. You don't need any, gravy or anything like that.
And you're not sharing with anyone either. Like there's
I don't even share it with my wife. I just eat it all up.
we keep getting heckled by the audience to see some
Mhm.
code.
Sure.
Let's see, what time is it? Do you want to start in on the coding section a little early? Because I know I saw your game plan for the day, and I'm really, really excited for it, and I want to show off your teaching skills.
Oh, sure. Let's do it. Let me share my screen.
Bob R321 said, "Spicy for breakfast. Where do I sign up?" It sounds really good.
Come to my
Tap
home, Bob.
Okay, so this is the first we were doing testing. So this is the first you're actually seeing the My Little Pony theme. So don't be afraid when you see the rainbows and the gradients and the.
Why would
The
anyone be
pony.
afraid? It is so beautiful.
I was worried I was going to scare some developers away, Robbie.
No, it is like it has its so it has your own thing in it. So no one would be scared. Don't worry. So actually, the way when we open, shall I begin? I'm sorry.
Do it. I want to see
All right.
some stuff.
Okay, cool. So when we start the application, I already started cloned the repo and started the application and all. When we start the app, we have something like this where we see the dashboard and all. I'm actually not interested in the dashboard as much as I'm interested in the heroes page. So I'll go into the heroes page right now. And there are some things life teaches you. And the most important thing that life taught me was user experience, like UX. All right. So when I go to this page, there are two functionalities that I would like to add. One is that if I, for example, add a hero, right?
Yes.
A hero called test. Now the hero goes all the way down here
At the bottom, right? Yep.
at the bottom.
And you're like,
So
wait, did my
users-
hero get added? Where's my hero?
Yeah. Or let's close it. Let's close it. It's not working, sort of a thing. All right. But thankfully it is adding my hero right at the end. But I would like to add it right at the beginning. All right. And also when the data comes from the server, the data should, because we are adding the hero at the beginning, the data from the server that it comes when we make an API call, that should also be descending in order. All right, the time we added it. So that two things, plus there's no notification if I delete heroes, right? They get just deleted and
They're just
no
gone.
notification.
And you're like, are
what
they gone? Where are they?
are they gone or what happened? So I would like to display some notification. I'll use Kendo UI's notification. I really liked that. So I would use that, and which is not there in the project, but I'll install it additionally. So let's see how it goes. Let me just walk you through. When I was, I did some preparation, and when I was doing that, what happened was I first searched for this particular heroes page, and I thought that, okay, let's go to this route, like /heroes. What is this route where it is created and all? So this, in this case, we would like to go for the routing. So if we maybe check the app.module.ts, I think the routing is in the routing module, I guess. Yes, app routing module. And in the app routing module, heroes goes for the heroes component. So that's how I found that, okay, that thing is the heroes component. All right. So I go into the heroes component and I go into the HTML, and here is the list of heroes. All right. And here is this add hero button, which adds a hero for me. And it calls a method add into the component. So which means it is here. There you go. Here is your method, right? And what we are doing is we are doing a push. Hero does push. Now, you see that the thing about UX, it's that if you want to improve UX, most of the time it is really simple that you need to do. Instead of push, can you help me out with the method that I'm looking for? What do I do so that I add things at the top?
Oh,
This is how I teach, okay?
I don't know. What's the other? So you're saying so that they're descending instead of ascending? Help me out here, chat. Instead of push, what should it be? I don't know.
Anyone in the chat? Not
See.
ascending, but I want to add it at the top and not at the bottom. Anyone in
Oh,
the
so
chat?
the order of ponies won't change. You're just adding it to a different part of the array. I'm
Yep.
getting a lot of unshifts.
Exactly.
Oh, I think Matt Sib should get a prize for the first person to get unshift.
Unshift, right? So actually I should, because I was the first person who got it. Actually.
Sorry, send prize to Robbie.
All right. So no, actually, no, I mean, it's okay. So you see now that I do an unshift, and what happens now is my first hero is Twilight, right? And if I add my hero now, test gets added right at the top.
The first. Ah, that's awesome.
Right. But then there is a problem. Say if it is actually coming from an API, your test, this hero would, in the API, it will be right at the bottom. So we might want to sort that out when it gets to us from the API itself. So then I looked on, okay, what can I do for the API? It says that hero service over here. So I went on to the hero service. It is importing from // hero service. So basically we go into the hero service and here it is. And in the hero service, it is a get heroes method that gets you the list of heroes. All right. And here it gets the heroes from the heroes URL, which is the data that is coming. But before the data comes to the component, I would like to just map it to a different order, so that whenever, even if I refresh and if the data is actually fetched from an API, it comes in that order. So test added at the top stays at the top. It doesn't actually, go to the bottom. So in that case, I go for a map method, and map, I guess you have already imported in here. And there you go. There is a map from RxJS operators, and map accepts a function which will give me the heroes. All right. I'm sorry. And then I want to sort them. So heroes is an array. Now I would like everyone in the chat to tell me what should be the method that I should be using.
Okay, the method for adding in our
Sorting it.
hero.
Sorting it out while it comes in. I would
Sorting
I would like to sort it out. So what is the method that we should go for? Anyone in the chat? What are the answers that are coming in from the chat?
Waiting, looking, anyone? I know
Anyone?
it might be early for this. You all can
Okay.
do it, depending on where you are. I've got push and sort are the two first options.
Sort.
Did Curious Drive get it?
But JavaScript sorts it in a very, very, very weird manner. So we have to customize the sorting. We don't have to sort it this way because it is by default it's sorting a string. All right. And we do have an object. Heroes is an array of object. So if we want to sort this, sort accepts arguments, a hero, the first and the second hero, and then we can just go for something like b.id minus a.id. I might want to play with the date, but the dates are not there. So I'm just sorting it based on the ID, the latest ID added first. All right. So once I map it, and if I check the UI, let's just wait for it to get refreshed. I think, yep, it is refreshing. Let's wait for
And
it.
we still have our unshift in there as well.
Unshift is also there. Sadly, the data is not coming from an actual API, so every time we refresh, everything would be reset. But you can see that Viona comes right at the top, and Twilight, whatever, comes right at the bottom.
Twilight Sparkle, we know. I know
Yeah.
you know her name.
So you can see the actual order is Twilight Sparkle at the first, and there are some other heroes and all. But here you can see Viona, which was at the last earlier, now comes at the first. So now we are getting the whole list reversed, all right, and getting it over here.
And this is fine. Like if you saw this in corporate code shipped to the world, you wouldn't be like, what are you doing in your map? Like
that's
you'd
correct.
be okay with this?
I would be, but I would also expect the server to send me already a sorted list so that I don't have to do it in here. So that is so that map doesn't come in here itself. So server has to do some work at least.
You would have a talk with the backend developers.
Definitely. Most of the time I'll be talking with myself because I'm a full stack one. So this happens, right? You can see now anything that I add, now it goes to the first, and
so that's
order.
Really good user feedback, right? Like we add it and we see it in our list right away, and it's not down the page a million ponies away. So
yep, that's correct. So that is one thing. And do we have more time?
I think let's see, what time do we need to do? Sander comes on in 6 minutes, so can you do the notification?
I am afraid. Let's see. Let's try for 6 minutes. Let's see what happens. Let's do it. All right. So I'll just stop this compilation. And what I'm looking for is this kind of a notification. Can do UI notification. It's a very, very beautiful notification that Kendo UI has created, by the way. And I really like the way things went when I tried it once. All right. I think we can go with the Angular notification. Let me just wait for it to get loaded. I think this might take some time. Let me just wait for it.
I can find it quickly. Grid on development, and then The notification.
Notification. All right. So here, if we go for Angular,
Yes. I think this is it.
and we have notification.
Oh,
All right.
yes, you did fine.
So there you go. This is the notification. All right. So I wanted to go for this notification, but I don't know if I would be able to. This kind of a notification is what we want, right? So here is the quick setup. I'm not sure if it will be done in time, but let's try to beat the clock, right? Let's hit
Okay,
add.
so do you use the light theme by default, or are you doing it for stream only? The people want to know, aka Alyssa.
I like to use the dark theme more.
More.
And there's an interesting study, by the way. Some company tried to shift all their light theme editors to dark theme, and they ended up saving a very huge amount on electricity. So
What?
that's because
Oh, that's amazing.
because of the OLED technology, because the dark
Wow.
pixels, they don't even light up, and you can understand, like, it will actually
less
look
energy. Yeah.
less energy. Not too significant for a household. Like, for example, my bill would not be affected at all, but if it's a huge scale, might happen. It is installing packages. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get the notification done because it'll take some time.
No
But
worries. We can just chat, and I think if you make a PR, the people can see how you added a notification in. But I love how you walked us through this thought process of what's missing, right? What's in the user flow, and what's where are they going to get hung up? Does that just come naturally for you to like be like this?
And I actually thank all my clients to spoil all my weekends to come up with this, because when I was a developer, I was I was sitting in my office coding due to these small things, and I spoiled my weekends due to that. And that's basically what it is, so
You're like, just have no weekends, and then you too can be a UI expert.
But everything falls into place. Probably my client had a epiphany that, okay, this guy might be interviewing with Alyssa one day, and he would show something like this to Alyssa. So that is probably the thing that might have everything falls into place eventually.
Oh, I think we have a couple minutes for a survey question for a prize for the audience that you created for me. So can we share out the survey question?
Surely.
You have an opportunity to teach a child Angular plus Kendo UI. You have an option to charge the full training fees, charge partial training fees, or teach for free. What would you do and why? Lengthy question, but first one that Ravi likes gets, I think, an Amazon gift card. So put your answers in the chat. You could win the gift cards. Mrs. Slay says teach for free. Matt says free. It's kids.
Okay. Why is also important.
Oh yeah, and the why is also important. Lots of I would do it for free. I would teach for free because I don't know what I am doing. The benefits far outweigh the costs, Mrs. Slay said. Kevd will free because it's the right thing to do. See, I get this. Like, I totally get this for free, but like, you can't have it all. You can't give everything away for free. Otherwise, you would have no tepla to eat. So explain to us real quick what your answer is. What's your best answer?
So Ms. Slay said that the benefits outweigh the cost. That is actually the reason that I also am inclined to teach most of the things for free, because whenever you teach for free and then you get that sparkle in the eyes of the receiver, provided that he or she cannot afford it, it would sort of be a dream come true for a person who cannot afford something that they get, and they would value it so much, and eventually the world would be a better place.
That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. Ms. Slay is the winner of that survey question. Ravi, I think we are at the top of our time.
We are at the time.
I love it. Jeff makes me so happy. But seriously, you're a beautiful soul, Ravi, and a brilliant, brilliant teacher. And I'm so glad you were brought into my life. Please check out his blog posts, but also his YouTube channel. And can people find you on Twitter? Are you on there? Is that
Yep,
something you
my
do?
name Ravi Veliath without spaces on
Is your
Twitter.
Twitter handle. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ravi. Thank you. Welcoming to the stage, you know him, you love him, Sander.
Hi, how are you doing?
Oh my goodness, so good. It is now 8:05 my time. What time is it for you? Where are you at? Tell the world.
I'm in the Netherlands, and for me it's like a little past 3
PM.
So yeah, PM,
Okay,
not
cool.
AM.
I was like, oh, I hope I got that one right.
Yeah.
So Sander, tell us, why do people know you in the community? What are you known for? What do you do?
I'm known for being in the community forever.
Oh,
I think
so like you're just like the founder of the community. They're like Sanders.
exactly.
Like...
Yeah. Before there was nothing, then I started the community. So yeah.
I mean,
That's
honestly,
just
I know
what
you
happened.
from GDE things, from conferences. I've seen you travel and speak. You're also a really patient teacher. I know that about you. You also have a really cool family. But I don't know if that's why you'd be known in the community. And right now,
I don't think the community knows me about my family. They are pretty low profile, and they are also very, very camera shy. I always try to catch them, and they try to
like,
escape every
run away.
freaking time. They run away. Yeah.
Okay, so tell us right now, what are you most known for? I think it starts with an S. C U.
Right at the moment, I'm working on Scully, and I might be known for building Scully out most of my time right now.
It's like,
yeah.
So for people who don't know, which I don't know how any of these 250 people with us would not know about Scully, but if they have somehow missed it, what is Scully?
Scully is like a program or a CLI tool that takes your Angular application and moves it into the whole Jamstack thing. The Jamstack thing being static pages. So
Jamstack stands for, what is the
JavaScript.
JavaScript.
Angular.
Mongo? What's the M?
Mongo.
Someone tell us what Jamstack is.
Yeah, they stopped from... The Jamstack is basically a new way to build a static website from a SPA. From like a normal Angular application. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting overlighted because your application started on my screen.
Oh, excellent. Oh, well, it's not saving on pixels and energy usage. She bright.
It's bright. Yeah, I should have got my sunglasses out for this thing.
Okay, so Bob R said, so Gatsby for Angular. Yeah. Is that a good equation?
That is a reasonable equation. We are a little bit better though.
Well, so I was on the React stream a couple days ago, and they were talking. Is Gatsby for React, or is Gatsby for like a .NET thing, or is Gatsby actually for Angular?
Gatsby is for React, but really you cannot really take a React app and make it a Gatsby thing because you need to write it especially for Gatsby. Well, we can take basically any Angular app and make it like a SSR, static site.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, okay.
So your existing application, you can drip a little bit of Scully magic on top of it, and poof, there is a Jamstack application.
Okay, I want to get into some personal questions, and we will get to the code. So nobody ask me in chat, where's the code? Because the code is coming, okay? But first, I want to take some time to get to know each of our speakers on a personal level. So Sander, what is a common thing? I loved this question for Ravi, so I'm going to use it for you. That you will break your fast with, the first thing that you'll eat during the day, whatever time of day that is. What's a common?
Coffee.
Wait, like black coffee?
Exactly, black coffee.
Well, that's not breaking fast. It's 0 calories, bro. What's the first thing that has calories in it?
More coffee, then more coffee. And probably in there will be some yogurt or anything else.
Okay.
Anything else I can find in the freeze.
Are you okay? So I think you'd be okay with me sharing this. It's something that we bonded over early on. That people may or may not, they probably have guessed about me so far that I have ADHD.
No.
Like extreme, severe, should be constantly on medicine, but I hate medicine. So I think you also have a little bit of the ADHD.
Yeah, I have the ADD. So
you don't have the
basically
hyper. You're not. Hyper?
I have the hyper, but I'm hyper on the inside mostly. I'm not as jumpy as you are. I were in the past when I was young. I was a little bit jumpy. Sit still.
I don't think
move.
I've ever been described as jumpy.
Not?
No. I'm very calm, cool, and collected, like a cucumber. But seriously, though, has it affected like your career, how you code? How do you code with ADD? Like that seems like something that would be a struggle.
Well, actually, with ADD comes like a thing called hyperfocus, and I can more or less switch that on when I'm behind a screen.
Okay, hang on, pause. I know about hyperfocus because been there. So a lot of people might not know if you are ADHD or ADD unaware that it doesn't mean we can't focus. It just means that our focus doesn't necessarily always go where we want it. And sometimes we can attain hyperfocus, which is where we're like, my husband hates it when I get into this because he can be talking, and if it's like code or if it's a show or if it's a book, whatever it is, it's like, that's it. That's my whole world. And
everything else goes right behind
gone.
it.
Right. It's absolutely gone. And forever, how long it is, that's where I'm at. But you can channel it, because that's something that, I'd almost beat myself up on, because I wouldn't, like, every day that I was coding, if I didn't get into like hyper focus and like really into the code, then I'd beat myself up because I wasn't able to achieve that. And that was my goal for each day. And it was so unattainable because it's not a trigger I can flip, but you have a way of like just turning it on. Dang it, Sander. Your face.
The thing is, I'm hyper focusing on anything that interests me, and I only work on things that interest me.
And you are blessed enough to only work on things that are interesting.
Yeah, because if I start anything else, it will never get done. Sorry.
I want to check time. Are we okay? Do you want to hop into code, or do you want to do a couple more interview questions? I'm going to let it.
do a couple more interview questions. I can fly to my code.
You've got plenty of time.
Oh, wow.
The timekeeper scares me. Okay, I want to go back to wee Sander days when you were but a tyke, a little one, a sproutling. How did you go from baby Sander to being in the tech community? What happened? Like, do you have parents who code? Did you see someone who was like, and you were like, I need to do that?
Well, that brings me back to the year like 78.
Okay. I'm with you.
I was like 8 or 9, something like that. And I went to my first computer community thing. And I liked it.
It was like a meetup kind of
basically
thing?
Yeah, it was like a meetup, but it was like a computer club. Back in those days, those things were not called community, but they were all called computer clubs. And I went there, and it stuck with me. I
really want to start a community. That's so cool. So it was just called computer club, but like, was everyone there with computers, and big?
Yeah.
Oh, so like an internet cafe kind of, but not.
Yeah, but then with like things that were ye old with LEDs and switches.
Okay, how does an 8 or 9-year-old make his way to a computer club? Like what?
Well, my father was into computers, and he had a computer at home for work. So I thought, hey, this thing is cool. And I wanted to play games on it, but yeah, back then they didn't have programs, let alone games. So I had to learn coding to play games on those things. So I learned coding. I programmed my games. Turns out I don't like playing games. I like building games. So I spent most of my childhood building all kinds of things And then basically, oh, this is nice. Lost interest, went on to the new thing.
That's awesome. Did you go to formal school for development, or did you just get into it?
When I wanted to go to formal school, I went looking around, and there was no formal school at all at that time for coding or anything like that. I went to a technical school. I went through their entire stack of things to learn. And after 3 months, I left the school because there was nothing to do for me anymore.
That's brilliant. You're like, I know this.
Yeah, they gave me a book for electronics. And I said, oh, nice. I had to build a clock radio, like a little digital clock. Okay. I went ahead and built a thing and did all the riddles in the book. So after like 3 weeks, I went to the teacher and said, hey, I want the next one. I'm done with this. And he was,
there is no next one.
No, he didn't really respond. So next lesson, I go back. Hey, you didn't get back to me last time, but I want to get to the next one. Give me the next one. Turned out this was the thing for the first 3 years of this school.
Oh my God. You finished it in how long? Like 3 weeks?
3 weeks, yeah.
Wow. That's
and no one ever really built that thing. I did build the thing.
Wow. That's awesome. I love getting to know. I love these details. I think we're out of interview time. So if you want to share your screen, and I don't actually know, like all of the other speakers were like, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you this code. And I was like, cool. And Sandra was like, it's a surprise. So I have no idea.
It's a surprise. Well, I got this. Alyssa told me, hey, we have this repo. And then I started my screen. And this was the first thing I saw. And then I was, okay, the first thing that this thing needs is like, and it's not doing it. Fireworks / explosions.
What is happening? Seriously, what is happening? How is this happening? I don't know how to make this animation happen.
Isn't it cool? The thing still works while the animation is going.
Yeah, no, because there's a lot of CSS animations out there that I'm like, yeah, I know how to do that. I don't know how to do this. What are you doing?
Yeah, because it's not a CSS animation. It's pure JavaScript. So you probably want to see a little bit of the code.
Yes, please. Oh, I'm so excited.
I think this needs to be a little bit bigger. Is this readable?
Let us know, chat. Let us know if you want it to be bigger. Someone said this site is for girl developers.
I totally agree.
I think it's for everybody, but I don't know, that's just my personal opinion. Everyone says good to go. Ivana says a bit bigger, please. So whatever you're feeling in your heart.
I added a directive in Angular that has like this.
Okay.
It's called must explode.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, that is a total sensible name, isn't it? I added it to like the thing, and I created a little bit of code. This is it. That is the explosion. I'm basically listening I'm using only Angular for the key handler, which is basically like a mouse event key tree. I have like more keys than the usual mouse, so I have a third key, and that's how I'm triggering those things. And they just work. I have a small function, make it go boom.
Yeah, I'm curious on like how these circles, pixels are created. Let's
start it from the top. Okay. What I did is I used a product called HTML to Canvas. So I can grab a snapshot of what is on the thing and convert that to like a picture. Then I go over every pixel of the picture and extract the colors of this thing. Here I extract the color.
Extract colors, const pixel count, max floor, color data length. So you're
This
going
code will be
over
available.
this. Is it like a canvas map almost that you're given, and you're going over each pixel?
It is the data from a canvas. I can go to this thing, extract colors, because it's not like secret. Everything is. I do get use the HTML to canvas. Then I get a canvas context to the, and that's the. And I'm just getting the data, which is an array of pairs of 4, which is RGBA, and A is for the alpha.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, that's why my keyboard was strange. Back up. That's how I'm getting those things. How much time have we left? Not too much, I think.
I think. Do we have like 8 minutes? Timekeeper, let me know.
That's more than
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Oh, that's
horrible.
More than enough. More than enough. Okay, I extracted the colors. I'm going to count, calculate how many pixels that is, because it's the length divided by 4.
Mm-hmm.
I create a new canvas so I can draw my circles on that. Then I create an array of pixels, and I filter out the black and white pixels, because the black and white pixels don't make nice explosions.
I love it. You're like, if you're not colorful, I don't want you. Get out.
No, I only want a colorful explosion, because who doesn't like a colorful explosion?
This is incredible.
It's more like fireworks, and it really uses the colors of the thing.
It actually, I'm so excited to play around with this, because I only am really good at CSS animations. So, so this is.
I
really
suck at
neat.
CSS animations. That's why I did this.
You're like, I stick in the JavaScript. Thanks.
Yeah,
oh
thanks.
My goodness. So yeah, show us more. So we have.
Okay, I'm going to calculate a spread, basically, because if I have like an image like this big, it has like 60 million pixels, and animating like 60 million pixels might be a little bit too much, even for my system. I can show it here. The last thing let's move this thing down. If I animate this one, for example, look, it has like 500,000 pixels.
Yeah.
If I'm going to animate 500,000 pixels, that is a little bit too much. Probably my graphic card will explode or something like that. So I'm calculating a spread, which is basically saying, okay, I want to have like between 5,000 and 12,500 dots. So calculate how much pixels I need every 10th or every 12th.
Yeah, because you want them evenly spread, and you want it to look like there's a bunch of them. They're condensed, but we don't need every single pixel from that canvas map. So then you're calculating your spread, and then you're reducing the number. See, this is the math where I'm like,
spread.
How the heck did you? How did you do this math? This is just from your brain, right? Like you were just like,
yeah. First I had like a function like this, and then I went, this is stupid. There must be an easier way. And I thought a little bit on it, and this morning I rewrote the function to like, okay, I want to have like at least this amount. This is my minimum spread, and this is my maximum spread.
Smoofy is asking you to up your developer tools font size whenever we get back over there, because they cannot read what it is. Whoa!
Done.
Excellent. Okay, so yes, I'm looking back over at your calculated spread. You've got min rand, max random, and then I'm
calculating, okay, the minimum random plus random int. I'm getting a number between 1 and whatever is like feasible, and just returning the number. Then let's go back over here. Then I'm going over the array, and I reduce the array with the get even spread particles. It takes pixels, it returns particles, the difference between a pixel and a particle is that it has a size for the dot. It has a the way it goes, a direction.
The direction, yeah.
And a couple of other things. It's not. Let's show the thing. I'm taking a pixel and I'm returning a particle. I'm adding a speed, a radius, a reducer so that it's going smaller, and I'm calculating like the RGBA string so that I know what color to draw.
How long did this take?
The first version took me like 60 to 70 minutes.
Okay.
Then I threw it away and I made a new version that took me like 120 minutes. And then I cleaned it up a little bit.
Wow. I love your brain. You are really good at the maths.
Yeah, basically I didn't come up with this entirely myself, because when I was starting this, I was going over the internet and do what every developer does. Just look for something that does what you
exists, what examples are out there. Yeah.
And I found this nice.
What time is it?
That was the timekeeper letting us know it's time for the survey, but we have a couple seconds if you want to finish. So yeah, you were just looking for examples, going over it, but that's amazing that it still only took you like an hour, 2 hours. Like,
yeah, the whole thing took me like 3 hours, and then I cleaned it up a little bit. Actually, the cleaning up and making it like presentable took another half hour. And then in the last thing, I'm awaiting the trigger explosion and I'm removing my particle canvas.
okay,
It's easy peasy.
Sander, okay, first of all, this was the best surprise ever. It's beautiful. And I am going to need to go over this because I really do need to get more comfortable with animating outside of CSS. It's just, I love that so much.
Yeah, the thing is,
sorry.
everything keeps on working. It's working with the request animation frame, and it is only updating the stuff in there. And even while I can start a boatload of explosions, and it will get slower.
I want to
But
show
the
this
page
comment. This is me, like 100%. TBD Gamer said, I envy the people it comes naturally to. They make it look so easy. They always give me something to aspire to. And that's
Thank you.
Yeah. We have a survey question. It's a personal question about Sander. First person in the chat who answers it the most to Sander's liking gets a prize. Let's put it up. What's Sander's favorite hobby? And go. And I mean, we kind of talked about it a little bit. We brushed. It all makes sense. So, your best guesses. We've got rockets, coding. What else you got? You're like in the right vein. I feel bad for not asking this question during the interview. I should have, like, something close to it.
Did I provide an answer for this?
You did.
Oh.
But I'm gonna let you pick the one that you like the most. So.
Okay, rockets, building things, building clocks.
Math flashcard.
I hate math.
Making stuff go boom.
I think we have a winner. That is really. I think every guy has the same hobby if it comes to it. Make things go boom is like.
Oh my goodness. Well, Sander, thank you so much for coming on. This was really fun. I want to give a shout out to Scully again, in case you didn't hear the first part. Scully.io, right? Go check it out. It is Sander's code baby.
It's my love child for my last. I bred it for like 9 months and then I released it into the public.
It is a really really beautiful project. Please go check it out and Scully.io. There's the link. Thank you, Sander, so much. Have a wonderful afternoon, evening your time. Thank you for coming on.
I will. I might even be looking at the other stuff. See you.
welcoming to the stage another one as the goody, Chris Ford.
Hello. Look at the state of my focus.
You gotta do this. You gotta do this thing.
You know what? I don't know why, but I thought it seemed like a really good idea when I was getting a webcam to get one that you focus yourself. And it turns out that it was the worst thing I've ever done.
Because, how do you focus it yourself? Like in an app with like settings?
Don't be daft. This is a mechanical one. I literally have to reach up here and go twist, twist, twist.
No.
It seemed like a great idea at the time. I'm like, I don't know why I did that to myself. And of course now you can't buy a webcam anywhere because everyone needs them because they're working from home. Hello, by the way. Sorry, I was launched straight into a rant. How are you?
Chris, it's beautiful. It's why I invited you here today. I love your personality. It's so energetic, so fun. And also, I love that you actually have a mechanical focus on your webcam.
I know. It's a kind of ridiculous thing that I would do.
Oh, for those of you who have not caught us on Adventures in Angular, Chris is my cohort in crime on that podcast. I mentioned we had Ravi on the show earlier, and he was actually a guest on Adventures in Angular. So if you have not heard of it, please check us out. We have so much fun. But Chris, tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do and where you are and what time it is.
What I do, I write Angular code. I'll come back to that actually because there's a little bit more to that, isn't there? Tell you what, I'm not going to get this job, am I? I can fail the interview. So I'm in the UK. I'm just outside of Southampton, which is on the south coast, the beautiful south coast, in the county of Hampshire. And what time is it? It is 2:30. So good morning to you. I've had lunch, and I'm now winding down for the day.
I need to know. I need to know what you had.
What did I have for lunch? I had a chile con carne, which I can't roll my R's, so I won't pronounce that very well. Chili con carne sounds.
Is this like a chili cheese dog?
No, that doesn't exist over here. Don't be ridiculous. It's like
I really don't know what you're talking about.
Tomatoes. Let's get that pronunciation in there. And kidney beans. Mexican. It's Mexican dish. Well, I think it might be Tex-Mex actually, because I heard that it's actually not a Mexican dish. But
I'm getting chili, like Wendy's chili.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
okay, I'm with you. Did you make it yourself? Are you a chef?
I did. I'm not a professional chef. I like to chef in my spare time.
Oh my god. Okay.
Well, I like to cook anyway.
Are you like, I have these ingredients, chop, 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 boom, creation? Or are you like Pinterest finding recipes? That looks tasty. Let's try it. Like, what's your...
Yeah, my wife is excellent. She'll just go to the cupboard or the fridge and just go, what have we got? And then she just produces this thing. Whereas if I try that, I'd be like, we got like a pepper and some pasta. Enjoy. No, I go through the recipe books and I find I'm old school. I like a book. I like recipe book. I don't like getting recipes online. Largely, to be fair, right? In my defense, a lot of food blogs, the recipes use like cups and things and fluid ounces. Like we don't use that here. So I'm like, right, what is a cup of rice?
Yeah, that's right. You guys like grams. I watched the Bake Off. I know how
don't even get me started on the Bake Off. Goodness me.
Seriously, the first time I ever saw someone cooking like that was on the British Bake Off.
Yeah.
The Great British Bake Off. And they were like, they had like their bowls on a scale. And they're like, I need this weight in flour.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I do. I've got one of those. I've got like a proper analog scale. Love it.
And so that's actually how you do recipes. You weigh.
That's how I do recipes. Yeah, you weigh things. Yeah.
Fascinating.
I know, right? Yeah. So there's I pick out my recipes from the book, and then I tend to do it like at the weekend. I do like a meal plan for the whole week for the family, and I like
you meal plan.
Go down all the recipes. Like, right, what do I need? I need this, and just buy it all in, and then that's it. I can cook.
And it's all from a book because that's baffling to me.
Not just one book, but
right, yeah, but like you're like over here with like a paper.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in my, I put it down on the counter. To be fair, I don't, because you can't cook with a book in front of your face like that.
You're an inspiration. I've been using TikTok lately for recipes, but
really, I didn't realize you were 12.
I love the recipes. I love I have this app called Tasty. I don't know if you guys. It's just like GIFs and quick videos of people making recipes. And my husband thinks I'm insane because I can literally for hours just like watch people make food. Like it's
Right.
and he's like, "How are you not starving?" And I'm like, just
I like cooking that takes a long time, right? So I like one of my favorite things I like to do is like a Sunday roast. So it's like a a joint of meat and potatoes and various different vegetables. But I like on a Sunday, I get in the kitchen at like 9, just start peeling stuff and preparing a chicken or whatever, and then literally just be in there for about 4 hours. Love it.
So you think that's your favorite thing to cook, the Sunday
I think
roast?
so.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Love it. Okay, I think I like hopped topics. I'm sorry. So you do Angular.
I do.
In what capacity?
So well, I've been doing Angular for since Angular 2 was in beta.
Oh, you didn't do the JS. That's right.
I didn't do the JS. No. Which probably is why the subject of my talk is as it is. So I never got on the JS. I hopped on board with Angular 2 because at the time, wherever I was working was they were thinking of doing a rebuild using it because it was looking like it was going to be the newfangled thing. So I just started looking into it, and I really gelled with it. I originally done Java and things like that, so I think actually come into a JavaScript thing like with TypeScript that allowed me to have all the strict typing and interfaces and things like that. I think it really gelled with me. So I do that, and I've worked in various different places. I'm currently working at a company that specializes in software and platforms for like the prison services.
And from my understanding, you're not just a dev, right?
No, I'm a team lead. So
is that like team lead is like you decide on architecture, or you're in charge of reviewing people's code?
So we're on this, So we've got this big large project that we're working on, and we took the decision some months back to just sort of split the devs into smaller teams. So I'm just leading one of the teams, and it just basically means that I'm sort of more responsible for the compartmentalized work that my team is doing, rather than like this huge, because across the project we must have like 24 devs across the stack, so if not more. So it's really difficult to handle that with one single person. So we have these sort of middle people like me. Malcolm in the Middle, that's me. I never watched it, so I don't know why I made that reference, because I've never seen it. I'm aware of it. Bit of pop culture there for you.
Oh my goodness. So okay, I think we've covered. I want to make sure I don't miss any interview.
You never
questions.
asked me what I had for breakfast. I've been building up to that since the last few people.
There was a confusing chili con carne thing that happened. It really threw me off my game with your fancy food. So tell me about your breakfast.
What do I have for breakfast? Stumped now. I usually start the day with an omelette.
Yeah?
Omelette during the week.
Okay, like what time do you start your day?
What time? So I start work at 8:30. I usually get up at 7:30. And then I get the kids up. I got 2 boys. Get them downstairs and get their breakfast going. My older son eats 2 breakfasts, so that's great. I make 3 breakfasts for them, and then I make my omelette. And then I usually find it's like, I've got 5 minutes to eat my omelette. Then I go to work with indigestion.
Now, okay, your omelette, just eggs,
Yeah.
eggs and cheese, eggs and spinach. What do you got?
Eggs. It's eggs with mushrooms and ham and cheese. And if I'm feeling fancy, I'll sprinkle some rocket on there as well.
What?
Rocket? It's a leaf. It's like a peppery salad leaf.
Is it?
Oh, you're learning so much today. We've just skipped the code bit. I'll just talk about.
Okay, I love it. I'm gonna go Google rocket now. Like it's actually spelled like a rocket, like taking off.
It's spelled like a rocket, yeah. So I mean, I guess if you include the word salad,
someone just asked arugula. Do you mean arugula, sir? No, he means rocket.
I have no idea. I mean, don't. To be fair, we do have different names for things, don't we?
Oh, do we? Maybe.
Well, I think so. We've. I'm pretty sure we've established this in other conversations. Oh, with this whole conversation about different types of cream. I do, and when we were doing a podcast, maybe it stuck with me.
No, you confuse me because you throw all these words out, and I'm like, it's like he's trying to speak to me. Like,
yeah. Sorry, Just
No,
going
I
too
love
far.
it.
We had this conversation where I saw somebody talking on Twitter about whipped cream, and then they had a picture of like
That's
cream that comes
right.
out of a can,
And
and I'm
you
like, that's
don't
not whipped
have
cream.
whipped cream.
We have whipped cream. Whipped cream is like you put cream in a bowl and then you just stir it really, really fast until it goes hard. Whereas the stuff that comes out of a can is squirty cream.
Oh, that's right. You call it squirty cream. And that's
Squirty
legit.
cream.
Like in the store,
Yeah.
you'll see squirty cream aisle.
Yeah, if you were on Google, probably go on google.co.uk just to make sure you got it, and you type squirty cream.
That is
You'll probably get a link to all the supermarkets. Yeah, absolutely. To be fair, it does what it says on the tin, doesn't it? I mean, you squirt it and cream comes out. So
I actually have whipped cream on my grocery list because we're gonna make apple cider this weekend with the family and put squirty cream on top. That sounds so funny. I love it.
Squirty cream. Just make sure you call it that. Everyone will be like, "Oh wow, you're so down with the kids with your newfangled ways of talking about things."
Oh my goodness. Okay, shall
What's
we
this other thing I
show?
gotta look at arugula. I don't even know how you spell that. I'm gonna look it up after this. So
Yeah, Arugula. Arugula. But I'm pretty sure that's what we're talking about.
To be fair, I mean, if it is, rocket's a lot easier to say, isn't it? And spell.
I think the audience has made a connection, and I know which leaf you are now talking about.
Oh, really? Is it arugula?
At
good.
least chat 100% agrees they're the same thing. So
you
I'm going with
guys,
that.
that's why you're here.
Okay, let's
Steer
do
me in
some
the right
code.
direction.
Let's share
Yeah.
your screen. We got a little bit of time on our hands. And
I wish I'd read these screen sharing instructions before. Let's see what my phone
you can share the application or everything. It's up to
screen.
you. Okay. Let me see. Yes.
You know what? This is gonna make good,
Siri's
good
talking.
radio, isn't it? It's like Firefox wants permission to share your screen. It's Mac, really, isn't it? Stupid.
Do you need to restart? Do I need to
Might
stall
need
for
to.
you, darling? Yeah. At least
need
that
to.
whenever I give Chrome screen sharing permissions, she makes me restart. That's how she does. She's rude like that. Wait, you're in Firefox?
Yeah.
What? I didn't know StreamYard worked with Firefox. I am surprised.
Oh, look. Is it working now?
I think it's working. I think we're going to add
Okay.
you on.
All right. Good.
How you do that?
Good timing. And the cat's trying to get into the room now, so I'm just going to ignore him.
So if we hear like raucous banging, it's just the cat.
Yeah, it's just the cat.
You're not under attack. Can you bump that to like hella big font size, please, in the house?
This one here. Yeah.
Thank you, darling.
So I'm going to be talking a little bit about reactive forms today. So just for a little bit of background, you've got two different ways of doing forms with Angular. You've got the reactive forms and you've got the template-driven forms. Main difference really, template-driven forms is kind of similar to how it was done in AngularJS, where all of your logic takes place in the HTML template, and the reactive form, you do most of your logic in the component. And to be perfectly honest, some people have some really strong opinions about this. I would suggest not having those. They basically do the same thing. You go with whatever works for you, right? Because as we said, I never did the JS. I never really encountered that way of doing forms, and the reactive forms just gelled with me. So I've added this new section for hiring a hero, where we can hire a hero for private hire, kids' parties, retirement bashes, or even for genuine heroics. Cat stuck up in a tree, or laser beam shooting octopus, or something like that.
Call up Fluttershy and boom.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'll just do a really quick whiz through of the extra bits that I've added. I've added loads of stuff, so far too much than we got time to look at. So I've added a new module for hero hire.
Someone wants it bigger. Can you do bigger? Is it possible?
Really? I mean, it's absolutely huge on my screen, so I'm barely going to be able to see
I'm so
anything.
sorry. Thank you.
So let's push that right back. Okay, so I've added this service, and in here we've just got a couple of different methods. I found this list of ponies over here, which seem to have more info in it than the ones that were on the front screen.
She does.
So we got some methods for just getting all ponies. We've got one where we can grab them and filter them by kind.
Oh my God.
Because I imagine as you add more, there's going to be a huge list to choose from. I originally added this method for just getting all the unique kinds out of that list purely to help myself. And then I realized it was going to be quite useful, and I kind of enjoyed writing that. So I've left that in there. And then there's like a thing for a put request there. If we move over to the template itself, the HTML is actually really similar in structure to any other form that you would do, and it's probably really similar with how you would do it with a template driven form as well. So you've got all your form bits, you've got your various different components for form fields. I've used the Kendo stuff wherever I had access to them, just to keep it consistent with the rest of the site. There's a couple of things just to keep an eye on. So we've got this thing here called a form group, which talks to something on a component, which we'll look at. Each of my controls has this thing called a form control name. And then I've also got a few of these error fields that I've added, which are going to be for displaying validation messages.
Every time I do reactive forms, I get yelled at because it's like, there's no form group. And I'm like, crap, I forgot. So
you're okay. It's okay. I mean, I still get error messages in the console from the forms thing all the time. You just learn to recognize the things. In my component, then I've got a few sort of helper things. I've got my hero observables here, which I'm putting in with the async pipe, and I've got just a little helper method here, which literally just returns the list of controls from my form. And that's for the template, just to make it a little bit easier to add the validation messages, and then just some various other things here. The most important thing here is this initialize form, or rather, that's just my method. That's not very important at all. It's this thing here called a form builder. And again, there's actually multiple different ways that you can construct your form with a reactive form. There is no right way, I don't think. You just go with whatever works for you. I like to use form builder, and I use a thing called a group to create a form group. And in here, I specify, just as a list of key value pairs, my form controls, which they will link up with these form control names. And we can also add validation in here as well. And notice my email one has got 2 validators, so I use a slightly different pattern. I use this validators.compose. And I say I want it to be required. I also want email validation. And for the phone number, I've attempted to do some regex, and I'm going to avoid showing that if I can. So on the form itself, I've got all my heroes, but if I wanted to filter, I can say, okay, well, I only want to see crystal ones. That wasn't
Can you
very
command
exciting.
+ on your screen so I can see the form in its larger element? Thank you, darling.
So if I wanted to add in a couple of different filters in here, my list will change as I go. So say I want to hire Gabby, and my name is Chris, and this is not my genuine email address. Don't email anyone at that, because it will be someone probably. We'll have them for next Friday, and I'll tell you what, actually, if I try and submit this without doing the GDPR, because of course in Europe, or transitioning away from it or something, whatever we are, we get this error message that will appear saying that I need to say I'm happy with the GDPR policy. It won't let me submit the form. I say, yeah, that message goes away, and I submit. Hey, booking successful. Hurrah. Now, there is a little issue here that if you're in the US, as you are, I talked to Alyssa there, actually, because the folks watching are going to be from all over the place. If one is in the US and you are only catering to the US, as far as I know, you don't need GDPR, because it's just a European thing, right?
Yeah.
So I've added in a location enum. And so if we say that my location is the USA, which I put here, then we can, on my form field, right, I just put a little ngif. So what is it? So location, only if my location is equal to location enum dot Europe, or location enum dot UK, right? So we only want the GDPR to show if we're in one. Okay, so if we come back here, and hey, it's gone. Brilliant. So go through my form again. I will go with Spike. I always liked him on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And Chris, I'll tell you what, these people tuning in, they're like, this is going to be the most fun you've ever watched, somebody typing in an email address multiple times. So notice, right, I've clicked submit. Nothing's happening, right? I've got no validation appearing on my form, but I also haven't got my pop-up to say that my application has been successful. There's nothing in the console because I didn't do any console logs. And the issue actually is, if we come back to the component itself, so on the DOM, right, with my ngif, I have removed that from the DOM. It's not an issue, but on the form group, on a form group, the GDPR is still an active control, and it still has a required validator. So even though the user can't interact with it, my form is invalid because it's not there. Now I could take this out, but that is going to make somebody in the UK, they're not going to have that validation. So that's super important.
What do you do then?
So we're going to just, if we've got time, we're going to add some conditional validation. So I've got this method down here, and in here, what we're going to do is we're going to say if my location is equal to location.Europe or UK. This is what the problem is with having those two separate, location.UK. So if we're in here, we want to add a validator. So I'm going to grab the form control, and I use that with this dot, what's it called? Hire hero booking form dot get, and then I just pass it the string key of the control I want, and then I'm going to pass this set validators, and here I'll do my validators. So validators dot required. Okay, so now that validator should only appear if, oh, it's not required, it's required true. This tripped me up earlier. Checkbox, it's a checkbox. It's not required, it's required true. Glad I caught it and then publicized that I knew it was an issue. So now we're in the US. I'm going to try and hire Rainbow Dash. Everyone likes the dash of rainbow. I'll tell you what, just get to this. We're over on Halloween. Is there a scarier one for Halloween? Apple bloom sounds terrifying. So I'm going to do this without the GDPR now, and so that worked. But I do just want to check also that that's still going to work if I go back to the UK. Change it to UK. Gosh, I hope it works. Okay, so there we go. My GDPR's back because the NGF is working. I don't even know how to pronounce that one. We'll pick them.
Scootaloo.
Scootaloo. Okay. And
are there any My Little Pony fans out there? We got about 250 people with us. Please tell me one of you has heard of Scootaloo before, because ouch. Keep going, Chris. You got this. Show us your thing.
So now, if we try and submit, the validator is back on.
Okay.
Okay. So that's all working again. So that's a conditional validator. And if you so wanted, you could do extra things. So like, for example, I got these three different regular expressions for the phone number field, right? So one which is a number only, one which is for an American phone number, and one which is a UK phone number, because we have totally different styles, right? So if you wanted to properly add more depth to this in your set conditional validators method, we could also say, okay, well, if my location is the US, we'll set the phone number validator to the US phone validator, and if I'm in the UK, I'll set it to the UK one, and then you could change these validators depending on where the user is.
My goodness. So you're okay. I have a question from chat that I want to cover, and we have to wrap real fast because we're bleeding. But is it better to use null to give value to the form control, or empty string as I use every time I have to initialize a form control?
That is a good question. I used to use the empty string as well. And I don't think there's a huge amount of difference in general. I think the only thing is that sometimes if you're specifically looking for a string for your result, you might have to put in some additional checking, because your control is going to pull out a string and think it's valid, perhaps. If you're like sending that through to the backend or something like that, unless you're looking like specifically for an empty string. In general, I really don't think it makes that much difference. You just use whichever one works for you.
Beautiful. Okay, we have a quick quiz question to win a prize. First person to get it right. What is Chris's favorite thing to cook? We talked about it earlier. I actually did answer this chat for you in the earlier business. You could win a gift card. It could be yours. Hey, there it is. We've got lots of roast stew rocket. I think we're going to take chili con carne. I think Hevdi Will might have been the first to say roast, though. Quick on the draw. Chris, thank you so much. Freaking love your deep knowledge of reactive forms, your comfort with reactive forms. It gives me a little bit of hope.
Well, good. Where there's hope, there's a way.
At Lord Chancellor, on Twitter. Follow him. Check out our podcast, Adventures in Angular. Chris, thank you so much. You're a pleasure as always.
It's been a genuine delight. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you, darling. Mwah. All right. You know them. You love them. They're the best people in the whole flipping world. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce the crew of Angular Air. Welcome to the stage.
Hey! I'm ready. I'm matching. Look at us.
I love you all so much. Yeah. Welcome to DevReach 2020 Virtual Edition. This is a mukbang. If you've never heard of a mukbang before, it's where people eat on camera or drink. It's a thing. It's like hashtag mukbang. Like it's a thing. Look it up.
I think we have to clarify. You said that we are the best people, but you forgot to mention that you are one of them.
No, I mean, I'm like, what? No.
We collectively, the four of us, the squad.
Oh, you guys I miss the panda.
Yeah. I do miss the panda.
I want you
I want them to know that we actually have a Slack channel called Squad, and it's our channel. It's called Squad. Justin named it, and I like it a lot.
I want you all to explain Angular Air, where they can find us. I've got to go get my mukbang material, so I'll be right back. But keep chat entertained. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Okay.
For 2 minutes.
What is Angular Air?
It's an Angular Air, so y'all can host.
Okay, Angular Air is where Justin tries to get us all to behave in a professional manner, and we normally do for the most part. But sometimes we also like to spoil our guests, but like spoiling, like introducing them before Justin gets a chance to introduce them.
Yeah, I guess that needs to be a clarification between what is Angular Air and what Angular Air tries to be.
Right. What we do or what yeah.
Well, we want people to come and teach them stuff. So we try to get guests that are teaching really cool stuff in a really cool way. Sometimes we also get the Angular Air is the version of Angular that works on my MacBook Air. No, Angular Air is a show.
Or your iPad Air.
Yeah, are we still podcasts that they can listen to? I think that was broken for a while, and then we fixed it again.
When I get around to shipping the audio files, scraping and shipping the audio files, I'm a little behind. But yeah. So Angular has been around for many, many years. Originally started by Kent C. Dodds and Todd Motto, and then eventually taken over by Jeff Welpley, and then eventually handed over to me. And I've been doing it for the past couple of years. And basically, it's like a video cast, right? Really, it's like a stream. But it's an hour-long show we do usually every week, and we have guests that come on and talk about Angular stuff, Angular-related stuff. Usually it's a demo and some code, or maybe it's a discussion, but it's all things Angular. We get to learn some stuff from our guests, learn different topics, and Bonnie, like you mentioned, usually I get around to then scraping the audio from. We're on YouTube, AngularAir.com. Get you all the information about it and get you to our YouTube channel. So you can watch it there. And then when I get around to scraping the audio, I publish it through different podcast channels so you could listen to it there. But it's usually more beneficial to watch because we're demoing code and stuff like that. So.
I think
we try to get them to share their screen.
Yeah. Yes, there's the visual aspect on YouTube. The people can share their screen and teach not just through spoken word, but also through showing code.
Do you know who I was talking to yesterday about? It's not on the calendar yet, so you won't see them. But you know who I invited to come back on the show? Who's been on the show before, but not in forever?
Who?
Ben Lesh and Tracy Lee.
Yay! Oh my God, long.
Well, their calendars are pretty full, so it's kind of hard to get them in the calendar, but that's coming. That's pretty exciting.
Okay, so have you all asked chat what they're eating or drinking or have eaten or drank? Because I know it's like different times throughout the day.
Whoa. You just asked us to cover for 2 minutes. We're not talking to chat here.
Chat, I want to hear while we're nibbling, slurping. I'm drinking black coffee that's cold because I love cold coffee. I'm all about the cold coffee. What about you guys? Are you slurping anything?
I'm just finishing the last of my tea, and then I have water after that. I am kind of. Oh, hey! All right, Mike Rocky.
It's all I drink coffee out of.
So I wore my Angular shirt, so I opted for my Star Wars mug, right?
I have my.
And I'm drinking coffee.
I have my Kendo. I'm like repping the DevReach brand here, and I just have to give a shout out to Meryl Turner. I don't know if Meryl Turner's watching, but I just want to tell her that I love her because in the swag box that arrived all the way in the Netherlands was the most amazing candy. And I don't remember what it was called, but yeah, it was really good. It was amazing.
You're like, it was gone in 2 seconds, maybe?
It was gone. It was gone. Yeah.
C Sharp Fritz says, does everyone on camera right now have massive coffee mugs?
I have a bigger one.
It's like the size of my head. Look, like it's bigger than my head. Oh wait, okay.
Huge.
It's still pretty big.
It's a massive mug. I love the
It
Angular
depends
mug.
on if we like.
Need a lot of
Especially if we hold it like this.
I'm not that big. It's like 15, 16 ounces, normal coffee cup, right?
Mine's not that big. We've got, I
have a dilemma.
Yes, tell me.
I have some food. I have some donuts that were sent to me, but I don't know which one to pick. So maybe the chat can help me pick.
Can you show? Can you show?
Yeah. So I've got this salted caramel chocolate one.
Oh my goodness.
Sounds pretty delicious, right? Look, it's a giant donut. No, it's not a giant donut. It's pretty small, but it's not going to kill my intake too much. But I'm only eating one. Okay. Or I have this spiked pumpkin one. It's actually got some rump. Don't tell. It's like 7:00 a.m. here, but I'm going to eat it anyways if the chat says yes. So
don't worry. It's 4 p.m. here, Justin. You're fine.
Or spiked.
Is this the Bliss bomb?
Spiked. Yes, it is.
Yeah. My boss was like, do you have people who are in California? We could Bliss bomb. I was like, I have a guy.
Also, like Bliss bomb's like only a California thing?
I think so. I'm pretty sure.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
All right. Well,
Mr. Schmoofy said need some squirty cream on those. Oh, the squirty cream. Did you all know that?
The whole squirty cream. I was like, oh my goodness.
Did you all know that's like a
I
British
was just dying. It sounds very like not safe for work. And I know that he was talking about like normal, it's food, right? But it was just that the connotations sounded very inappropriate. And I know it wasn't, but it just made it so funny. It's like, I know he's not saying something dirty, but it sounds like it.
I'm right there with you. I'm like, what are you saying? And he's like, it's not whipped cream. I'm like, is it? We've got a lot of votes. I'm seeing a lot of rum. I see us.
Ancient Coder wants you to
I might
eat
be able to just put a
caramel.
straw in it and extract the rum. I don't know.
Do it, Justin. Eat the rum one. I want to see
all right. I think there's enough votes for the spiked.
All right. So Justin likes his donuts and Bonnie likes her snacks. I have to say that my favorite thing was my badge. I don't know if you can see that.
What does it say? I can't see it. It's not focusing on the small text.
I know, right? Let's see. Can I get it in front of me? It says "True friend, great dad." I'm like, this is my favorite thing. This is getting hung up in my office.
Aw, what's Bonnie say?
The cool mom. I wish someone would tell my kids.
Justin, what's your say? A wonderful and kind soul.
And kind soul. I would agree with that. Justin is probably the nicest person in the universe. Like, hands down.
Thank you very much.
What?
You? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Meryl told me to come up with funny ones, and I was like, funny, like for the longest time, and so I just came up with serious ones. So sorry about that. All the other speakers from like the other days got like hilarious ones, and mine are all like, okay. Mine says, what's
oh geez.
So I did design them. So, and I thought this was so funny. I don't know if it's going to come across, but mine was a Japanese character. And it just came out as like ampersand, question mark, asterisk. Like it was just like symbols. Like it didn't actually print the character. It was supposed to say Nani, which is like, what? Like
instead it's like Hubert. There's an old reference.
It still is kind of like, what? How is the donut? What does it taste like? Does it taste like rum?
C# says you look like Hubert swearing.
That's a reference.
I love it.
This donut is super rich. Oh my gosh.
Is it strong
you need
rum
some milk
taste?
to wash it down.
Or just like a hint?
Or coffee.
Is it like can you even taste the rum?
Yeah, dude, I'm trashed. No, maybe.
Don't check in any code today, Justin.
Yeah, right.
Okay. You want to see
Could
my
you not approve
ridiculous?
my PRs today, please.
This is how. So DevReach week has been a little weird for me because I usually don't get up at 6 a.m. Hi, I'm a night owl. So this is how I usually break fast around 2 p.m. So we've got carrots here, and this is apple chicken sausage. Ooh. And that is mustard. So I learned from TikTok, Happy Healthy Haley, to dunk the carrot in the mustard. It's a thing. It's delicious.
What?
This is
what
how I
planet are you from? What?
It's so good.
What?
Hang on,
are
I'm
they
gonna do it
cooked
again.
carrots? Or are they cold
Carrot
carrots?
and mustard.
Raw.
What?
Crunchy.
Even is going on.
Raw cold carrot. Got some just plain mustard. Delicious. This is how I break my fast.
What's Bonnie eating? Well, Bonnie, what you got?
I didn't bring food with me. I just have some water. I know now I'm getting hungry. I should have.
Well, somebody mentioned that they were eating pumpkin pie. Oh, I could go for some pumpkin pie.
I don't want to encourage this C# Fritz guy, but I think he's pretty funny. But I don't want to say that because I know. See, he's weirded out about the carrots and the mustard too. I'm not the only one who thinks that's weird. I like this guy.
Great.
It's really delicious. Yeah, C# Fritz. He's so cool. He does live streaming too. He's
I'm gonna keep you on time.
I love this timekeeper. Okay, they're asking in the chat when is the show because this is a lunch break.
Yes.
So
this is our lunch break.
You don't get a lunch break unless So if they want to go grab lunch and come back for the coding, when is the show going to start back up again?
Yeah, let me double check my schedule. So we have the MCs re-announcing the show at 9:25 my time. So I think that's
18 minutes.
Thank
18
you.
minutes. Okay, so you can go grab your lunch and come and hang out with us and eat for 18 minutes, and then
yes, I want to hear what you're
we'll have
eating,
more.
what you're doing. I'm pretty sure it's 18 minutes. Correct me if I'm wrong, timekeeper. But yeah, so sorry for the uniqueness of the show. I know some of you are expecting all code, nothing but code, but I thought it'd be really, really fun to turn the Angular Relay into part personal interviews, getting to know people, because I've never seen that done before. And then part them showing off something that they're really interested in the code. And so our afternoon, we have Sunny, Yusuf, John Papa, Deborah Carrata, Kate Sky, and Stephen Fluin to finish out our DevReach.
That is
Angular
such a good
Relay.
lineup.
And yes, it'll be more of the same. Some personal getting to know you. So I'm sorry if that's not what you expected. And then some coding. I thought it'd be a really unique combination. So yeah, that's what's going on. That's the lineup.
Hey, Alyssa, did the relay already start?
Yes. So we started, I think we're 2 hours in. Yeah, we're 2 hours and 12 minutes in. And this morning
I was asleep, so I haven't been able to really see what was going on. So what's the state of it right now?
Well, so we had Shai come on, and of course, Shai Resnick did some testing. He showed us a little bit. He also offered up his free workshop that you can sign up for. And then Ravi Veliat, brilliant. I think, did we have him? Because if we
He was funny.
Did we have
I didn't know him, but he was funny.
Because if we didn't have him on Angular, I know I had him on Adventures in Angular, and I think I actually might have had him sign up for a future episode. So I'll make sure he's on if we have
I don't think we've had him because I have never seen him before, or at least I wasn't on his episode, but he was funny. He was making me laugh. I don't remember what he was saying, but he was a funny guy.
Yes, I honestly said it before, and I really mean it. I have never heard anyone teach Angular verbally only, because on the other podcast, there's no visual. just so eloquently, so to the point. Like I could visualize the code that he was talking about. And sometimes the panelists would jump in with like, oh, but what about when this happens? And he would come up with these like really beautiful examples of like live examples that he would describe for you. And you're like building this picture in your head. So Ravi Veliat, he does blog posts and he has a YouTube channel. And he actually, he went to, it's the Tour of Heroes, right? And I just kind of added some fluff to the Tour of Heroes with My Little Pony because I like ponies. I don't know what to say. And he went on and was like, hey, whenever you add a pony to the heroes list, you don't actually see them because they're at the bottom of this really long list. So he walked through the user experience and how we could make that better, adding to the top of the list. And instead of things like push, we use unshift, right, to add it to the front of the list. And then also notifications so that your users are like, hey, it's actually been added. So I loved that. We also had Sander come on. From Scully.io. Got to talk with him about, just I loved getting to know like how he got started. His dad, I guess, was into computers and he went to a computer club around 8 or 9 years old. And that was his first interest in like the tech world. So he's
such a nice guy.
A JavaScript exploding animation to things that you click on, where he like grabbed the image, turned it into canvas, reduced the amount of pixels, and it like looks like it explodes. So it was really cool. And then Chris came on, and Chris is all about reactive forms. For some reason, I guess he didn't learn AngularJS, so he never learned template driven. So he's just comfortable with reactive. So he got on and added a form and kind of walked us through that. And as C# Fritz mentioned, we do have some pull requests coming in from those speakers. So go ahead and check out the GitHub, look at their pull requests if you want to see their full code, because we're rushing through it today. So
we already have Sonny in the green room backstage.
Ah! Do you want to pop him in for a minute? You want to say hi, Sonny?
Well, his demo's broken. He's stressing out.
Yeah.
Sonny!
Hi guys.
You're ready? Share your screen. You got this.
So my API wouldn't fetch because I keep getting I made my app on a different site, and now I'm just, because it's pretty simple HTTP call. But I think you're using what's it called? Angular in memory web API. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it kind of forces me not to just use a standard HTTP call for whatever reason. Apparently it's a common thing. So I don't know if anybody knows what the hell is going on.
Any tips, Sonny? I say throw it out, all of it. Just throw it all out. That's.
Well, I can't make the HTTP call. That's the whole. That's 99% of my demo. Or else, I mean, worst come to worst, I'll just have to literally grab the JSON and just put it in a constant somewhere and be like, hey, this is what. But then that defeats the whole. My section is literally called HTTP. I have to make a HTTP call.
It would be very funny if there was no HTTP call.
Apparently, there's a fix you can do in-memory web API for root, something like that.
Mr. Demon Wolf says just RM the project and create a new project. You got this. You still have. Well, do you want us to let you go back out of the stream so you can fix it?
But
what? I didn't hear that.
I think it was a joke. He said, remove
Mr.
the
Demon
project
Wolf.
and create a new project, which you can do.
Hey, wait, Saunders says, Sonny Saunders says you can remove the in-memory thing from the app module.
Yeah, okay.
Listen to Saunder, don't listen to Mr. Demon Wolf.
Yeah, okay.
And then Gerbil says RM node modules and NPMI, and you're going to be good. Codephobia says just rename your talk, you're fine. Rename your talk to JSON.
Okay, so I think I remove it when a real server is ready to receive requests. Okay, so I just need to remove this. Fingers crossed. Watch out! Watch out! Okay, let me restart my computer. I'll see you lot in, I guess, 15 minutes.
Yeah. We have total faith in you, Sonny. We don't doubt you for a second. You got this.
Yeah, my API is back. Cool. Let me just restart my computer.
Okay.
Okay, see you. See ya.
I'll drink to that.
Sounds good.
Did we cover what you're munching, Mike?
What are you eating,
No?
Mike?
Were you munching? I
I
saw
want to
crunching.
guess.
A chocolate chip muffin.
Wow.
That's what I was going to guess.
Wait, seriously? You were actually going to guess that, Shorty?
I was totally going to say chocolate chip muffin. Can you believe that? Mike and I are on the same wavelength. I mean, we're in the same Slack channel.
Yeah, I was
I'm
going
gonna
to
have
say, I
to
should
send
share my screen and show the Slack channel where I said, I'm having a chocolate chip muffin.
I'm gonna have to send a message to Samantha to bring me some food because y'all are making me so hungry.
What are you planning for dinner, or is it past dinner?
Well, okay, I don't know if you can see this, but you know, Samantha and I are vegan, and I don't know if you can do this, but we have been because we kind of got bored with what we were eating, so we started making black bean burgers, and we've been eating like these. But we have homemade mayo and pickles and crispy onions, and so black bean burgers is like the new popular thing because we were having a lot of soup and we were getting tired of soup, so. Yeah.
Do you have like an outdoor grill, or do you have like a little panini type thing? What do you?
I have a little panini type thing.
I'm like imagining Bonnie with like a massive smoker out back with her black bean burgers, like getting.
I had it in Texas, but here, no, I just have the little thing. And no, Sonder, I didn't make the pickles homemade. I bought them at the store. No homemade pickles, but the mayo is homemade.
C Sharp Fit says the Impossible Burgers on a gluten-free bun is amazing. Have you had the Impossible Burger? I have. It's actually really good.
I have not.
I haven't, but the black bean burger is so easy to make with the food processor that it's like 2 seconds and it's fresh.
You just like black beans and seasoning?
Yeah, well, some onions and some bell peppers and some breadcrumbs and yeah. And then you can put in an egg to bind it unless you want it vegetarian, and then you can put in like flaxseed thing.
Yeah, Ivana's agreeing with you. Black bean burgers. What did you say, Justin?
Where can I order these Bonnie black bean burgers at? Get them shipped to the U.S.?
Yeah, you gotta make it. I can send you the recipe. It's actually completely vegan.
No. See, I want you to make it and send it to me. I'll pay you the money to make it.
I'll do it. I don't know if you should eat it by the time. It takes a while. You know that United States Postal Service is not. They're having a hard time lately.
My husband's like, "Oh yeah, here's the return slip," and I'm like, "USPS."
Justin's over here trying to order like Bonnie DoorDash or
right?
Bonnie Dash Eats or something.
Yeah, so Bonnie, you used to live in Texas.
Yes.
And now you live in what's the town? I know
it's a little small town in it's close to Amsterdam because nobody knows the name of the town, but everybody knows Amsterdam.
Right.
So I'm very close to Amsterdam. I'm like an hour or maybe 2 hours away from Amsterdam. I'm in a tiny little village in northern Netherlands. It's an area called Friesland.
And there's no Uber Eats. Like it's
there is no Uber. Well, we didn't know when we first moved here. Everything's closed on Sundays and Mondays, and we didn't know that. And we didn't really have a lot of groceries because we wanted to go out to eat, and so we left the house on a Sunday, and like it's like a ghost town. Our little village is like it was crazy. But now we know, so we make sure on Sundays and Mondays we have groceries because everything's closed. Yes, like, Frisian horses come from here. Yes,
you're like out in the market, like hello.
Yes. Because we first moved here and we didn't have any food because we didn't know everything was closed. And then Monday, I never heard of it. Like all the stores are closed on Mondays. That's crazy. But It's because it's such a small town. Yeah. It's a total, and there's like cobblestone streets. It's very cute and quaint and cozy, and I love it here. But it was a big adventure to leave America and go move somewhere. I didn't know anybody. I called up Sonder and I was like, "Hey, Sonder, I don't know anybody here. We're going to be friends. What's your address?" And Sonder's like, okay. So I went to see Sonder. But I really love it here. And it's just such a great place to live.
Oh, and Justin, you're in the Californias.
I am in the Californias. Right in the middle. I'm on what I call the California equator. Split it directly in half, go to the coast. That's where I'm at.
That's the Justin right there. And are the fires done? Is that I remember they're still going.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Not near me though, but we've had a lot of smoke come over to us for several weeks, months, but lately it's been pretty clear where I'm at.
And do you love it? Is California your dream spot?
Pretty much. pretty much. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just curious.
I could use warmer water in the ocean. That'd be nice. But other than that, I dig California a lot.
Justin, do you surf? Is that a thing?
Yeah,
He
I
does
bodyboard.
surf.
So, yep, been doing that for many years. I used to compete when I was younger in doing that.
That's awesome.
But then
I know, because I was trying to set up a meeting with him one time, and he's like, "Sorry, no, I have to go surfing. What about the next day?" And I was like, "Okay."
That's awesome.
I want to. Are there any videos of you surfing?
Yes.
Ooh.
Not on the internets though.
Oh, Pixar, it didn't happen, Justin.
Oh, it happened. It always happens every weekend. Well, when there's waves. All right, I'll have to scrape some up, find some.
Awesome.
I got old ones too when I was younger.
Hey, they're all new to me.
Mike, you're Virginia? Hang on.
Nope.
Hold it.
Where's
Hang on.
Mike now?
Hang on. Hold.
Oh, you can't look it up.
I'm not looking up your address.
I think you were in Pittsburgh. You were in Chicago.
Okay,
You were in Pittsburgh. Are you still in Pittsburgh? What? I'm guessing.
Like, I knew what kind of muffin you were eating. I just want to clarify that, make sure we're still on that same wavelength.
Yeah, but you two have like this psychic link, so that's cheating. And I agree with. I like Mr. Demon Wolf over here.
Like,
Whoa, no, Pittsburgh is not a Virginia. So
you see my confusion?
I've lived lots of places. I lived in New Jersey. I went to college in West Virginia. Lived in Maryland and Virginia, outside DC, and now I live in Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh.
Okay. And that's not close to Virginia.
Virginia is probably good 5 hours away to get into Virginia, and obviously Virginia is a decently sized state. So,
And so out of all the places that you've lived, this your favorite?
I'm here with my family, so of course it's my favorite.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer. Wherever the fam is.
Yeah.
C Sharp says Pittsburgh's near West Virginia.
Yeah, and somebody said something about the Steelers. I am not a Steelers fan. I grew up in New Jersey, so all my sports allegiances are to Philadelphia sports.
I go to the IKEA in Pittsburgh. So
I love this
Same.
chat. These guys are fun.
I go to that IKEA as well.
Whoa.
Hey, you guys might run into each other.
South Philly.
So if you go to IKEA, keep an eye out for Mr. Slate 20. You guys could like meet up IRL.
It's either Mr. Slay or Mrs. Lay. I'm just gonna like put that out there.
Oh, it's Geno's
be.
or Pat. Perfect. I'm gonna go with neither.
Like legit,
So that-
I don't know what you're talking about. Can you?
So food wise, the thing that Philadelphia is most known for is cheesesteaks. I'm assuming you know that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, cool. The two main ones, touristy ones that people know about are Geno's and Pat's, and they're like right across the intersection from each other. So people are always asking, well, do you go to Geno's or Pat's? Well, me growing up in South Jersey, I went to a little place. I don't know if it's still open. I'll have to check the next time I go visit my mom. Is a place called the Yellow Submarine in Merchantville.
Oh.
And their sandwiches were so big and had so much stuff in them. What we'd do as a family is we'd go and get a cheesesteaks, 2 cheesesteaks for 4 of us. And we'd go stop at another store and pick up buns and make 4 sandwiches out of the 2. We're so good.
Excellent. Yellow Submarine. I'm writing this down to look them up to see if they're.
I always just imagined you got your Philly cheesesteaks at Jersey Mike's.
See, it's like Mr. Slay said, the bread really makes or breaks the Philly sandwich. Like that's
Absolutely.
you can't have a good Philly cheesesteak with bad bread. You just yeah. That's where it starts.
I
But at
didn't
the same
see,
time,
but Sonny said even I know where Virginia is. So
I don't think you can find bad bread in the Philadelphia area. There's so many good places to get good bread.
They're very opinionated about
yeah.
this.
Yeah. Okay. So
situation.
Mrs. Lay says they use Cheese Whiz. Do you have an opinion on this subject?
Cheese Whiz.
Yeah. No, I've heard like legit people swear like if it's not Cheese Whiz, it's not legit. Like
I'm not a huge
I feel like
Cheese Whiz fan, and people may not like me for that. American or provolone is where I go, and it has to have fried onions.
I feel like I've gotten to be a big snob about cheese since I moved here because I think cheese is very different in Europe than it is in America. Hey, we're running out of time.
We are.
Can we, Justin? Do you have? I should have prepared you for this question. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. Do you have the information nearby that you can tell us real quick? Who's coming up on Angular Air? Do you have that handy? You're so great, Mike.
Mike does.
Okay, this question goes to Mike. Sorry, Justin.
So in approximately, 25 and a half hours, because I don't want to do time zones because people are here from wherever.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, yeah.
And we have Wasim on tomorrow, and he's going to be talking about design and developers, I believe. I have it open, another tab switching. Bridging the gap between designers and developers.
Yes. And right after that, we're going to have community hangout over on Angular Nation where you come in, turn on your cameras. That's like the hallway track where all the regular people who are watching can actually hang out with us and hopefully Wasim. I didn't tell Wasim, but hopefully he'll have time to join us after that.
And that's
I love that guy.
AngularNation.net, right?
AngularNation.net, yes.
Check it out.
Yes, but you should sign up before because there's real people actually clicking on the approve button. So it just takes a little bit, takes less than a day to get your invitation approved.
Bonnie's on top of it. She's on top of it. Thank you.
I'm not. Actually, I have other people who click that button. There's like 6 of us. There was a fight when people were first coming in when we first launched. Like Jeffrey and Samantha were like getting really competitive about pushing the button faster as soon as they got a notification. So then they were like they were getting very competitive, and then they were getting mad at each other because it was somebody. Now they have like everybody has a turn. So on Tuesdays, only Samantha can click. So Mikhail's in the chat. So Mikhail's in charge today. So if anybody wants to go join AngularNation.net today, Mikhail is going to be the button clicker for because he has an assigned day because they were getting mad at each other because they were like poaching each other's clicks. Yeah. So then nobody's allowed to click it except the person. So today's Mikhail's day.
All right. Thank you, Bonnie. It's time to wrap.
I love that timekeeper.
I know.
Thank you so much for having us, Alyssa.
Thank you for doing the mukbang lunch break with me. What'd you say, Mike?
The timekeeper is the meanest nice person I've ever met.
It's kind of scary.
I love the sound effects very much of the timekeeper. It's kind of scary, but it's very cool.
I appreciate you.
I try. Okay, I try. Love you.
Oh my gosh. I really do appreciate you 3 taking time out of your mornings, afternoons to do this with me. Thank you so much. Please check out Angular Air and check out Angular Nation. So thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
See you 3 tomorrow.
It's time for the MCs to rejoin the chat. Time for the MCs to rejoin the chat. Oh, yeah.
I'm back.
You look beautiful.
Yeah, isn't it gorgeous? I love it. Hey, Angular Power right here. That was amazing. So I know this is your time to go get a break.
Yes, I'm going to get a little bit of water, but reintroduce the show for people who are rejoining the chat, and I'll be right back.
Absolutely. Go for it. All right, folks. Yeah, I know this is an engaging chat room, and a lot of you are wanting more and more code, and we're here. We're here all day. Kentucky Derby hat. Okay. Look, people, it is Halloween time, okay? So props come a little easier than normal. So, yeah, Spirit Halloween. So that's where my jam is. So, like software and what we ship, this industry is so much more about just code, right? It's about people. We're all like cogs in a big gear, and we all work together. And like, if this pandemic has taught us anything, it is to slow down and know the people that we work with. So I for one enjoy knowing people more and just talking general and not just always code. And I got to figure out a few things here. So first up, Mr. Slay or Mrs. Slay, you've been with us for the last couple of days. I would love to know, what is it that you would like us to call you? So thank you. Yeah. Look at my kitchen. It's beautiful, isn't it? Okay, Mrs. Lay. Thank you for that. Yes, that's what we'll call you. I know Mike was just up and he was talking about like where we are. I'm actually in Erie, Pennsylvania, so a little north of Pittsburgh. And no, Mrs. Lay, I am not a fan of the Steelers either. I've been around a few places, so I have my choice of things. Yeah, Mrs. She said, yes, that's it. Akron, that's actually very close to home. I actually lived in Ohio for like 6 years in Columbus, Ohio, before we moved out here. Wife's got a college professor job. So yeah, hey, good to see you, Rocco Dave. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. It was, I realized something. I'm actually jealous. Like the Angular community and the React community, like you folks have so much fun together. And I think we need to learn. Like I think the .NET community, like we don't laugh enough. Like we just gonna go down into code way too quickly. We need to take our time and enjoy life a little bit more, just chill a little bit more. So this is so much fun. I'm jealous, and it was funny seeing how or what each of you are eating for breakfast. And look at that new guest on the show. Hello,
Welcome
Daniel.
to the stage, Mr. Milks. How are you doing this morning?
Oh, look at him. He's like, Mama's been busy all this week, every morning. What's going on?
Yeah, I know he is my little man. He's 1.5. He just turned 1.5. Say hi, baby.
He's a cutie.
Hello. A little sleepy. This is my face in the morning too.
Yeah, a lot of us like devs, we are not quite the morning people, but again, you try to adjust. And I was telling Ivana this morning, like I woke up without an alarm. I was up and going. So yeah, this week I think we have racked up some debt with our families trying to support us each morning, but it's so much fun to be around. Yeah, Alyssa, I was saying like it was fun, like when Ravi was on and he was talking about like traditional Indian food. It was funny to kind of see you spell that or like pronounce that. It's.
Did I do bad?
No, you were great, and then this is just so nice. Like here in the US, like we have so much of variety, like between the north and the south, and India. Like I'm born and brought up there as well. It's got like 50 different cultures and 1,000 languages and dialects. So it's fun to kind of pick and choose and see what you like to eat. Yeah.
I always enjoy getting, like, especially on Twitch, because there's so many different people joining from all around the world. So I always enjoy getting to know like where the people are from, what time it is, and my favorite question, what are you eating?
No,
is your hat a filter?
This is real. As real as it gets. Yeah. I got a unicorn and I'm going to use it. It's not just a one-time thing.
But like no unicorns were harmed in the making of this show.
No unicorns All right, so I know I'm eating into your time. You got a packed schedule, and the second half is going to be like back-to-back with some amazing folks. So if you are ready,
I am. Thank you so much. Let's do this.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Mwah. Welcome to the stage. You saw him before. Sneak peek, Sani Yusuf. Oh my goodness. Welcome.
Hello, Alyssa.
Okay, where are you joining us from and what time is it for you?
Oh, well, it's a place called Mars. No, I'm joking. I'm in London today. I am in London. I'm in good old London. Yes.
It's like afternoon there?
It is 3:33, but I'm still eating breakfast, as you can see. just because I want to be in the spirit, with all of you. Yeah.
Beautiful. So you've got some toast, deliciousness.
Yeah, it's a toast with 3 different things. So one's got like Nutella style thing, one's got peanut butter, and one's got like jam and like normal butter. Yeah, it's weird. I like it that way.
But so 3 different toasts.
Yeah,
and
so you got one
variety.
Toast got Nutella in the middle. You got another toast that's got just peanut butter in the middle, and the other toast has got butter and jelly in the middle. Yeah.
Okay. The chat says it sounds delicious. I think it's a bit too fancy for me. I'm like,
nothing's wrong with fancy.
My poor son. I'm like, here's bread, and my husband's like, can you put butter? No, just here's bread. Like, oh, Sani. So, tell us about how you're known in the community, or how you think you're known in the community. It seems to have been a trick question. I didn't mean it to be. So
yeah, it's okay. I don't know. I guess sometimes I'm the playful guy. Sometimes I'm the guy that talks too much. I'm that guy in the community that doesn't. I'm not smart as these people, but they haven't quite figured it yet. So I just kind of play along. Yeah, that's kind of it's been working. So yeah,
You're like, shh, it's working.
It's been working. Yeah, I mostly work with Angular and a lot of the Ionic stuff. Like I started working with Angular mostly with Ionic, and so I did a lot of work in the Ionic community. And then from there, naturally, Ionic was initially built with Angular. It's not anymore. It's built with Stencil now. So that kind of led me to get into the Angular community, and I got to meet all like amazing people like yourself and others.
So that was post Angular JS days?
No, this was pre-Angular JS. Not pre, I guess right smack in the middle of Angular JS days. So I started on with the Angular JS. Yes, I started learning Angular properly, becoming an Angular community person when they got on stage and sentenced scope to death, controller.
You remember that with the little tombstones? Like shout out to Pat if you were there for that at NGConf. I think it was was it Brad Green? I think it was Brad, and the little tombstones and rip scope and rip like everything.
Yeah, and I was just like, do these guys understand what they're doing? I don't think they understood at the point.
I was in the audience and I was like holding on for dear life.
Yeah, I was just starting 3 projects with AngularJS. What you mean? Yeah.
Oh, Sander says it was Misko and Igor. So apparently it wasn't Brad. I don't know why I thought it was Brad.
Yeah. Well, I think it was NG Europe in Paris at the time. I think the first time they did that.
The first time, okay.
Yeah. It didn't really go that well. No, we still haven't forgiven them.
Okay, so we talked about what you're munching on. Is that what is your fancy toast? What you usually break fast with, or is there another traditional thing you eat?
This is as fancy as it gets. Normally, I just have this thing called Heel. It's like Soylent in America. It's like a meal replacement. Yeah, we have one called Heel, and that's what I normally just drink.
How do you spell it? Like H-E-E-L?
H-U-E-L, like feel, but Heel. Like with
okay.
H. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to be a huge Soylent fan. And I actually got in with these it was really weird, culty, these developers that were like, food is awful. We're only going to drink Soylent all the time and code all the time. And it was just this really weird group of people I fell into.
Food's nice. Food's very nice. Yeah, food's very nice.
Oh, Codephobia said, give me scope, dollar scope and dollar root scope, PTSD.
Oh
my goodness. So we talked about your common thing that you eat, and you're currently in the UK. Can you tell us how you got started in tech? How'd you enter this community?
Oh, that's a long story. So I'm originally from Nigeria, right? And I kind of always just used to dabble around, hack things around here and there, right? In Nigeria, it was a very, I guess, difficult time because I was in Nigeria where tech wasn't really as advanced, so it was really a struggle to find people to learn from. So that's how I just kind of got into tech, started learning from different people, started, the days of GeoCities, Yahoo, yeah, I remember that. I was alive. I promise you I was alive. Then, learn HTML, htmlprimer.com. Shout out to htmlprimer.com, echo.com, W3 schools, learn it all, and then just got better and got better and got better, and here we are. That's kind of that's kind of how I got started.
Excellent. Okay, so I actually first met you. I think we were traveling, and I know before the pandemic, I think, did you travel quite often for conferences and?
Yeah, I think 2016 to 2018, 19, especially 18. It was a crazy year. Yeah.
You're saying 4 trips a month kind of crazy year?
Well, I mean, there used to just be times when I just used to be in my I'd forget where home was. Because when people ask me, it took me a good 20 seconds to where actually is home now? Yeah.
Funny story of a friend of mine. She was traveling so much in her dev advocacy role that she woke up one morning next to her husband because she was home, and she jumped out of bed because she was so used to sleeping alone because she was traveling so much. She was like, why is there someone in my bed?
We got married? When?
Okay. So let's see. I'm trying to check time. Did you perchance get an HTTP call working?
Absolutely. I would actually use the opportunity to even show why it wasn't working in the first place.
Yes, please do. Let's pull up your screen. I want to see. I'm super curious because yes, we're using, for those of you just tuning in, the Tour of Heroes app, and we updated it a bit with My Little Ponies as the heroes. And it was using, let's see, getting Sonny's screen up, but it was using, or is using the, I'm trying to think of the name, blanking, chat, feel free to jump in. The name of the thing that was blocking HTTP calls.
Yeah.
I'm blanking on this.
Yeah. I'm just hoping Java doesn't decide to like restart my computer or like, that's just that's I'm just fingers crossed.
Oh, the Angular in memory. Like why? I'm like, why am I? So it was blocking you from making.
Absolutely. It was blocking me from making. So should I quickly show that piece of code?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, why not? Okay, let me share. You know what? Let me just stop sharing. Let me share my entire. Let me share this particular screen. So let me share screen 2, which is where I have this. So you should see an inception of ourselves. So this is the problem child here. This one. I guess I can just make this a little bit larger. So that everyone can see. So this is basically, I think Alyssa made a great demo, and you kind of used sort of like an intermediary API, correct?
Yeah,
Something
well,
like
to be fair, I totally took John Papa's Tour of Heroes.
Yes.
And I was like, hi, Tour of Heroes. Meet Kendo UI and My Little Pony. So that's what happened. And a lot of the demos in the Angular docs still will point to this application. And so, yes, it's using the HTTP client and memory web API module that you're seeing there.
Yeah, so I have never actually seen anything called the HTTP client in memory until today. I have never really used it, right? Because I just tend to host my own APIs, even when I'm doing demos, and just kind of like use that. So I have this API that I've created. It was working on my own app, and then I tried to like trial it because it's HTTP, right? Straightforward. And my endpoints are not hidden. So I was like in panic mode, and then I Googled it, and it's like apparently whenever you're using that, this will block any of the HTTP calls. So all you just need to do is just to remove it, really. Just comment it out, and then that's it. Everything works.
Oh, good. Woo!
Right.
Okay, so tell me about what you want to talk about today.
Yeah, so I want to talk about literally just the HTTP stuff in Angular. I guess what I can do is 1 second. Let me just unshare my screen. So I want to talk about HTTP. HTTP is one of my favorite features because I think it's like if you're creating an Angular application today, you will probably be making a HTTP REST call. And people don't understand how, why it's such a simple thing. But if you've tried to make an XHTTP request in JavaScript just without the fetch API, it is like it's an arm and a leg. It's a minefield, right? Exactly. So, and even with AngularJS, it wasn't as straightforward as it was. But then I think the Angular team has done an amazing job in just giving us a very simple API that literally just works. And I really, really like that. So that's what I'm going to be sharing with you. Just a simple how to make a call to endpoint to consume it.
Perfect. I love it.
Ready for me?
I'm ready for you. I'm ready.
Alrighty. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. I'm going to share this particular screen. So you're going to see my face looking this way because my camera is actually here. But don't worry, just adore the pretty side. Yeah. Okay. So this is, I have an API that I've hosted on this place called JSBin, actually not JSBin.io, API point.
Can you zoom a bit, darling?
Say that again?
Can you zoom a bit?
Okay, certainly. Oh, I see you've been practicing, eh? Okay. So here you go. This is just a API. It's basically an API of Sparta bin tool. Why I've been doing developer advocacy with actually real pictures that I personally took. So free for you to use and everything. And I just want to like show some of the amazing stuff because I got to meet amazing people like Alyssa and your teammates and all of that. And so these are some of the countries that I've been to. And yes, so
shout outs. Broco says you have an amazing profile.
Oh, thank you very much. All right. So I guess this is what the app looks like. Alyssa's done an amazing job. Alyssa, what do you think? Do we edit one of these or do we add another path? What do you think? Especially with you. Do we have time enough to add another path, or we just kind of like edit maybe the hero spot?
We've got about 10 minutes. So
okay. So
add
we
a new one if you want.
reuse something, right?
Yeah, add, reuse, you do you.
Exactly. So one of the things I did is I actually looked into the Kendo UI stuff, and one of the good things I did is you have a card component. So right now we're staring at the heroes component, right?
And make your font a little bit larger.
Yes. Okay. So I guess it would be nice if we had, I think the good sweet point is if you can see 24 lines, right? Yeah.
Is that the trick?
Yeah, you can see 24 lines. That's the trick.
Excellent.
Exactly. So that works. Yeah, I can't remember who I learned it from, but I'm just gonna claim I invented it. So that's kind of thing. So you have a card. I love cards. I really, really love cards. So when I work with cards, the first thing I do is I kind of like try to make like a dummy version of a card for what one would look like. So Alyssa, I'm gonna actually need your help a little bit here with a Kendo cards. So
perfect.
I'm just gonna do that, and this is what a demo Kendo card that I've created looks like. I don't like how the image is.
Is it in this is your image, right?
Say that again.
That's your image, right?
Yeah, but it's like centered. So do you have like is there a Kendo card specific thing that for the card body, or we just specify maybe like let's say
this is a great question. Let me I can pull up the card docs. I have not played around with centering like that, but we can probably I usually just add my own custom styles and then look to see. Let's see, what are we image with?
So we could just try to do that. Exactly. So if we just put 100%.
Do you have like professional camera taking photos in the raw? Like
no,
your photos?
These are just my cell phone. I've never owned a professional camera. It's just, So I've just kind of made the card 360 pixels, right? Just to keep it fresh. And then another thing I've also done is just to just to even it out. One thing with the image tag is you can just easily even it out, right? So 100%, that means the height would just automatically go in. So this is actually a picture. So this is what it's going to look like. So we have like a demo, right? We can, I guess, maybe just add some margin somewhere. Well, we can do that later, but we can just do this. So this is what we're looking at, right? Everybody can see this?
Yes. And someone was asking what the trick was. Sani said that you should have 24 lines of code that fit on your screen, and that's how you know you are at the right font size for your audience. So
yeah,
I did not know that.
Try to make sure you can see 24 lines of code, 24 lines of code, and then you'll be good. Yeah. All right. Okay, so now what we're going to go do is we're going to try query this API quickly so that we can list all these amazing spots, right, with their names, correct? You ready for that?
I'm so excited.
Okay, good. So the first thing we're going to do is actually we're just going to keep it simple, really. We're just going to go to the heroes here, and I'm going to do the same thing here, 24 lines. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to add in a new dependency injection member. I always make my dependency injection members private, actually. So I'm just gonna say HTTP client, and I'm gonna say HTTP client, and this is just gonna go and import the HTTP client for me. So you can see that I've been imported on line 5, and I'm just gonna say Sani sites site lists. Right, and then I'm one of those people that still add a $sign at the end to show that it's an observable.
Is that not a thing anymore? Is there a group of people who are like $signs are the devil?
Yeah, I've read it's a thing of preference now, and you just don't put a $sign because you can literally see that it's an observable. But I still do it. I think it's just nice. And this is just an array of any's. Don't ever do that, by the way. But today we're start the time, and I'm just gonna say, okay, this dot Sunny site list equals this dot. Oh, actually, we don't even need a private identifier because we're not using it outside of constructor. So we just need HTTP client that get. We make a get call, and then we can pass in that URI. So if I just get the URL here and I just post that in there, and this would just go ahead and get us our observable. So something is complaining. What is complaining? It's saying observable object, observer any. At this point, I'll just be like any. Yeah, that should shut it up. Don't do this at home, by the way. But yeah, so I'm just gonna prettyify everything. So are you with me so far, Alyssa?
I'm with you. And don't do this at home, but if you're doing a 10-minute demo online,
yeah, it's okay. It's okay to break the rules sometimes. So the funny thing is right now this wouldn't work because of that. So we're just gonna go ahead and do our little hack. Remember what we said, because we're using the in-memory API, and so we kind of just do this, and then I'm just gonna go in here, and I'm just gonna like repeat these cards. So I'm just gonna say ng for let site of, and I'm gonna just use the async pipe to unbundle this. If you haven't used the async pipe before, it basically just allows you to consume the observable directly and returns you whatever it's set. So if we look at the API here quickly, we can see that we have name, ID, and image URL. So we need name and image URL. So for here, actually we're doing our ng4 on the wrong side.
I was curious. I was like, should we put it on a?
Yeah, on the card itself, right? Yeah. So here we just say site. Don't forget your Elvis operators always, even though when you don't need them. The name.
I love it, Elvis operator.
And then do you know why it's called an Elvis operator?
Is it because if you look at it sideways, it's supposed to look like something?
Well, someone told me because it looks like Elvis's quiff, which kind of makes sense. I'll go with that. Okay, so we're just gonna bind to the source property. This is one of the things I love about Angular, where it just allows you to bind natively to the actual properties. So you're not like reinventing the wheel like we did in AngularJS, right? You're just kind of putting that. So I'm just gonna say image underscore URL, right? And if you look at that, and now we go and so here we go. So these are some of the beautiful sites that I've been to. These are all images that I've taken. So let me just make this a bit larger. This is Athens. This is Belfast in the UK. This is Belgrade. This is Kigali in Africa, somewhere in a country called Rwanda. Beautiful place. Copenhagen, Moscow, Tel Aviv, probably one of my favorite destinations, Warsaw.
Oh my gosh, you've been everywhere.
Well, this is just a small chunk. And then this is also Porto. So you can see, like, we just simply made a HTTP call. Of course, forgive my very poor design skills. But I think with the Kendo UI as well, look at how beautiful this card looks with literally minimal effort, like, right?
I am so excited. So Mrs. Lay asked Timbuktu.
Yeah. Oh, I Timbuktu is on my list. Oh,
is it?
Yes, I want to go to Timbuktu. Yeah.
Where is Timbuktu? Seriously.
It's in a place called Mali in West Africa, and it has one of the, I think, if not the first, correct me, I may be wrong, but the first university in the entire modern world, and also the richest person that ever lived in history, a guy called Kaka Musa Mansa Musa, is from that place. He literally, like, he gave out so much money while he was traveling. He caused runaway inflation that took 10 years to recover in certain parts. Yeah, so I read the part. So I'm not sure if we have time for the detail, but I think this is just quick. I'm going to post this on my GitHub, of course.
Yes.
Alyssa, any other things for me?
Let's see. I want to ask, first of all, where are you, Sani Yusuf, on GitHub?
Yes, I am Sani Yusuf everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yes,
excellent.
Everywhere. I will say one thing quickly, and I'm not trying to derail this conversation right now. If you do go follow me on Twitter or anything, you may see me tweet a lot and talk a lot about hashtag called NSARS, and I'm not gonna really get political, but it's just there's a lot of things going on in my country, and so just giving you a heads up, and also just take the time to educate yourself in some of the things that's been happening. People protesting, and it hasn't been a very good couple of days, but we're not going to end on a sad note. We have a beautiful application here, so I will be posting this on my GitHub, and feel free to reach me on Twitter, send me a message, my DMs. Yeah. I may not follow you back because I look cooler if I have my followers, but it's cool.
So you're on the GitHubs, on the Twitters. Is there anywhere that you are speaking at upcoming, or where people should read blog posts or anything else you want to?
Yeah, well, I'm working on a couple of things. I want to get back into the really blogging and developer advocacy. So this would be the first place I'm announcing this, but I actually own the domain called advocado.com. So I'm actually starting this new developer advocate hub, because we also need love, and it's going to be a place where people can come and learn for free and just learn about developer advocacy and do amazing stuff.
That's incredible.
Yeah, this is the first place I'm announcing that. So watch out for that.
Advocado, right? Like the avocado and the advocate crust.
Yeah, avocado, but with the extra O, so avocado.com. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I think we are at the top of our time. People are saying, thanks, Sami, and this was great, giving love. But seriously, you're wonderful. You're an inspiration. And I really appreciate you taking time to come on the Angular Relay today.
Anytime, Alyssa, you know me. You just knock on my door and I always answer, Alyssa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful afternoon, evening.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Oh my goodness, that was awesome. And I'm so glad he was able to debug and get an HTTP call working. Excellent, excellent. Thank you for the love in the chat. We are feeling it. Next up, I have an incredible speaker, amazing person to introduce, you know him, you love him, John Papa.
Hey, Alyssa, how you doing?
Wonderful. How are you?
I'm good. It's almost fall, winter, something like that. I don't know. Have you been outside in 7 months? I haven't.
I have, and it felt like it went from like summer straight to winter. I'm like in my puff coat when I go out now.
What's a puff coat? Oh yeah. I live in Florida, so our winter is like, the sun goes away for an hour.
Okay, you're in the Floridas.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have like a big coat that you bring out, or are you just like sweatshirts kind of thing all winter long?
There's a week or two every winter where it gets down close. Like we get a freezing warning. So it gets close to the freezing level 1 or 2 weeks a year, and it never quite actually gets there. I do have winter clothes though, because I'm from New York, and I travel to places like Norway and Finland when that was a thing. So, but yeah, they're usually stuffed away somewhere.
You're not one of those, because I really did. When I was living there for about 9 years, I knew some Floridians that, I'm not kidding, it would hit the 60s and I would see coats out on the street.
Your blood does thin out, right? Like you get used to it. I grew up where it was like 0 in the winter, and 0 Fahrenheit, and
right.
It's like really bad. But now it's like, it gets down to 50 and I'm like, oh boy, what's going on?
Schmoofy, I'm in Florida. I have no warm clothes. Okay, there you go. So there are Floridians who just go with it. They only have the sunny. Okay, John Papa, can you tell us, for people who don't know you, how you are known in the community?
That's a good question. One day I woke up and people started tweeting at me, and it was just kind of awkward and weird, so no, I've been doing programming for 25 years now. Yeah. And it's become more real lately because my daughter is now going to the same college that I went to for the same major that I went to, software development. So I'm getting to kind of relive some of those moments again. And it's kind of interesting watching her go through all of this at the same time. But it's been a long ride. And I joined social media mostly to find a way to find other like minds. Because before social media, I started doing training, and then I got into public speaking, and I wrote a bunch of books, which I will never do again. I keep saying that. I think I wrote 10 books, and that was enough. So
wow,
they take so long. Anybody who's written a book will tell you they take so much energy and time, and by the time they get out, pretty much everything's outdated. It's like, yeah, we're in technology, so. But it's been fun. I don't know. I guess people I like to teach, and I guess people like to learn. So that's kind of how I'm known for.
Awesome. So how did you get started in tech? Because I know you from the Angular community, but I actually have friends who are like, no, johnpapas.net. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So you're known in so many communities. Where did it all begin?
Don't you love how in this technology community, people are like, oh no, you're the Angular person, you're the React person, or you're the Flutter person.
Yes.
It's however you happen to know that person. And then when you do something different, they all throw, oh my gosh, the world is turned upside down. Worlds are colliding. George Costanza.
You can't write React. What are you doing?
I know. Or you switch to Go or Rust, and people are like, oh, you've betrayed the whole community. I better drop everything. No, I started out with VB3 and did a bunch of Visual Basic. I did C++ back in the day, not C#, but C++. I did about 4 months of COBOL. That was 4 months too many. I did a lot of SQL stuff. Actually, my first couple of books were on database programming. So I did a lot of stuff in store procedures and things like that. Was a DBA for a short time. Then I got into the web, which at the time was a complete mess in the late 90s, early 2000s. I was a consultant, so I'd start doing stuff on one browser, and they'd be like, we want it to work in this thing called Netscape as well. I'm like, okay, let's just double the estimate then. Because you had to write 2 different apps, basically.
Wow.
I ran from the web and went to .NET for a while, for about, 10 years. And then at some point, jQuery came out, and I was like, you know what? This is so much better, because jQuery allowed us to basically write one thing that worked in all the places in the web. And then I dove headfirst into things like Silverlight, and then I went back into HTML, and I vacillate between basically whatever piques my interest and also, frankly, has a job market out there because we have to pay the bills.
No, yeah. No, absolutely. Is there, so many technologies. Was there one thing in the very beginning of it all, like that got you into tech, or were you always from a young age just leaning that way?
There were 3 things that really got me early. One was the movie War Games. If you haven't watched this, it's one of the original hacker type movies. Effectively at the times in the early 80s, you could take a phone and put it into a device. It would make a bunch of boops and beeps, connect to the outside world, not the internet. And this guy and the kid in the movie connected into the US government and almost started a nuclear war. It's fascinating thing. And it got me all interested in this. So then I got into the second thing, which is the bulletin board services, which was pre-internet. You could call into these places and then play and talk with other people. And the first thing I did there was buy a one-way ticket for my sister, who I was mad at, to Russia, which I got in trouble for because somehow I hacked into some system and was able to get an airline ticket mailed to the house. My father was not happy. My sister and I laugh at it these days, though.
Younger sister or older?
Older. I have 4 older sisters, so I was the baby. And then the last thing was gaming. Things like Wizardry, which was a text-based online game you could play. Basically, you could say, turn left or interact with Dwarf, or that was like the first kind of computer games. And between all those experiences, I was just so enamored with computers. I was like, this is really fun. I could do whatever I want with this.
Oh my goodness. I love that. I'm trying to look and see if there's any, before we get to some code, if there's any other questions I want to ask you. I know you're in Florida, and I know that you might be a Disney fan, maybe? Maybe people know this about you?
You can see Mickey behind me in multiple places.
Okay, so that was actually one of the things I would ask. This is real? That's not is that an image? Is it a green screen?
That's real. That's my office.
Okay. Excellent. Let's see. Any questions for John? Throw them out. I keep getting C# Fritz, which you may or may not know.
Yep.
The Fritzy. He keeps throwing out. Will John light a candle in January for Silverlight?
Is it an anniversary? Let's see. Has it been 10 years, give or take? We could do that. I actually still have 3,000 Silverlight poker chips from a conference that we ran 10 years ago.
Oh,
and I just don't want to get rid of them because they're like real poker chips and they're so cool. I'm like, someday I'll find a use for these.
Oh, yeah. C# is saying it goes out of support in January. I gotcha. That's the okay. So Broco asks, what are John's current tech interests? Is there anything new that we should?
I'd say the biggest thing right now is I've been playing quite a bit with Svelte and Vue. Still do a ton of Angular, but I really love Svelte and Vue from different perspectives. There's things I don't like as well, just like with Angular. You love things and don't like them too, but been a big fan of the way that Vue makes things easy. And I like the way it kind of puts things together. At the same time, I feel like with their progression to Vue 3, some of the things got harder in some ways. So
for beginners or just across the board?
Across the board, really, because it's like it was so easy to just take an object and bind it to a form, and things just worked, like AngularJS, right? And then Vue was like that. And then Vue 3, they have some new ideas that kind of can. It's not hard, but it's a step away from that in some ways. So I like what they're doing, but at the same time, I'm like, I wonder if the people who found it super easy to slide into are going to now go, but that's an extra thing I have to learn. And then Svelte is just wickedly easy. And the syntax is so light. I mean, that's why I call it Svelte. I love the really light syntax with it, but the ecosystem so far it's growing fast, but it's not quite at the point where like Vue, React, and Angular are. So there's upsides and downsides with all these. And I love playing with all 4 of them.
Wait, I counted 3.
React as well.
React. Okay.
Yeah. It's probably my 4th on my list, though, of those.
Okay.
Just personal favorites.
Love it. I love it. Well, would you like to share your screen? And also, do you hate what I did to the tour of Hero? I was a little worried. I was like, oh, this is his baby, and I may have put ponies all over it.
No, I love it. I love that you changed it up and did a bunch of different things. And let me go back to the dashboard here, make sure it's still running. So this is your app.
Oh, yeah. I ponified it. She's not ready for production yet, but I thought we could have some fun.
Yeah, no worries. I have 3 daughters, so I am very well aware of My Little Ponies.
Like literally when I was adding heroes to your Two of Heroes, I kept adding ponies in. So I thought I'd just like lean in full tilt, but yeah, this is where we ended. So tell us what we're going to be talking about today. What do you?
So I've got a list of things. We're going to go through a bunch of things really quickly. I'm going to show a couple side things, a couple tips along the way, like Peacock in VS Code. I'm going to show you something I did which you may not like. Haha. And I'll surprise you on that. And I'm going to show some tips on using NPM and NPM scripts. And then the big piece is HTTP interceptors. And for anybody who wants to catch it all, if you go to Alyssa's repo, which I'm sure you shared out, I made a pull request for all the code that I changed, kind of list everything's there. And you can always just go look at the files changed, which I'm showing right here.
Oh,
show you everything side by side. So people can check everything out.
Thank you. Let's see it.
Oops, that's not it.
And have you heard of Sonny's trick before, the 24 lines? Because I'd never heard of that.
I never heard it, but it's pretty close. Although I have 74 lines of code, and I did that on purpose there, see? Because I have things collapsed, obviously.
Right. I at first I was like, how is this work?
How did he do this? Magic. What is this wizardry he's got? I did find it interesting Sonny had not heard of the in-memory data service, which is very apropos because it is effectively an HTTP interceptor, which is my main topic we're going to talk about. So I guess first things first, whenever I open up a new project, like I forked what you had, and the first thing I did, oops, let's get out of there. Let's exit this. We're going to keep that one running. Just have to rerun it. First thing I do is I run a thing called NPM audit. Are you familiar with that one, Alyssa?
I have heard of it. I do not use it. So tell us about it.
It's pretty cool. It's built into NPM, and it will check to see if there's any security vulnerabilities in any of your packages, which, things pop up and are learned every day. And so running through this one, I've already run it once, and I caught a bunch. And what happens is you normally can run NPM audit and then fix, and it will fix every vulnerability that it can automatically find a new patch for, which is great. So it updates your package JSON and your package lock. And let me show you the result of that. If I can get back to my browser. So you see the package JSON file here.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see that I updated to newer versions of Angular. Instead of the 10.05, it's 10.2 because there were a couple things found that sub packages had. Same thing with the Kendo stuff. And then also with RxJS and TS Live.
Love it. So you just ran NPM audit and then audit fix. Can you just go straight to audit fix, or do you need to run NPM audit?
You can. So NPM audit will show you what's wrong. NPM audit fix will fix anything automatically for you. And then, of course, if you got Git changes on, you can see what the changes are. This one cannot be fixed automatically, which is why you're still seeing this one here. And I'm sure the Angular team's always on top of this. They'll get on it soon. It looks like there's a sub package in here that needs to be fixed. It's called Object Path. It's something that's used by the Angular dev kit to build Angular. And it's a high severity, so the team always looks for this stuff, and I'm sure they'll fix that one very soon. Second thing, and this is another tip I like to tell people, and I guess let me pause for a second. Reason it's really important to run npm audit fix is you don't want to have security vulnerabilities in your code. So especially if you're working at a large company.
GitHub has been yelling at me about that for this repo, so I'm glad we're covering this.
Yes, the Dependabot stuff in GitHub will also tell you very similar things, although they don't use the same algorithm. So sometimes Dependabot on GitHub will tell you things that npm audit will not, and vice versa. So I use both. The second tip here is, and I've talked to Mink Gogachev on the Angular team, and he has agreed he likes this idea, and he's heard it before. I always change my scripts. So line 39 there says build, but I run build with prod. Why? Because whenever you write code, Alyssa, don't you always just run ngserve, like npm start?
Yeah.
That's local, right? So it's a dev build. And when you do that, you're getting the regular ng build. That's built into ngserve. But the only time I ever run the actual npm
It's when
run
you
build,
need production.
when I need production.
Yeah.
So why not just make it run production by default?
So this is John Papa promising that by default, this is what it's going to be from now on.
That's what I've been pushing for, and
Yeah.
I hope the team will get us there. We'll see what happens. And you can obviously just add the flag, which is what I did to your repo, so people can see how to do that. All right, third thing. You may notice that I had trouble finding which VS Code I had open. So this one is orange, and this one is yellow.
Oh.
What I do is I have Peacock, which is a great little tool, which I can then just open up multiple VS Codes. And let's say let's just open up another app. And let's open up another app on the bottom. And this one here, we'll use Heroes Angular. So what I do is I color code each VS Code instance. So when I've got all these open, I can easily tell which one is which project. Because
That is
the
amazing.
tiny little thing at the top is really hard to read.
No, and I will seriously, it's embarrassing the amount of times that I've been making changes in the wrong one. If I have if I'm comparing something and I'm like, no, I need to update that. And then I'll be like, get status. And it's like, there's no new updates. And I'm like, what do you mean there's no new updates? Because I was writing in the wrong. Excellent. So it's called Peacock on VS Code.
It is, and you can find it by going to the extensions, and you can install Peacock here. And crazily, I wrote this for me, and there's 885,000 users of it. So I'm blown away by the number of people who use this. If you don't like the color, you can go to Surprise Me, which is in the menu, and you can just keep playing with the colors until you find one that you like. So
This makes
there we
me
go.
so happy.
Oh, there's also an Angular color. I got to say that. So go to Change to Favorite, and you can go kind of between some baked-in colors that I have too. We'll do Angular Red.
That's awesome.
All right, so then we get to the next piece, which is the real one that you're not going to like, maybe. We'll see. So I'm a huge fan of, in Svelte and in Vue and in React, they have a concept called a single file component, which means you put your code, your template, and your styles all in the same file. Notice I don't have a folder in this project for each component, which is what the original one had. And that's the default that Angular gives you.
Yeah.
What I like to do is I like to put the entire component in a single file and put all those in one folder like this.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because now instead of having 3 folders and 9 files, I've got 1 folder and 3 files. And I don't have to jump back and forth between them all to see what's going on.
It does clean it up a ton. It's like so much easier because even I it's not that big of an app, but even I was like, wait, which component did I put that in? But I really struggle with, I am a CSS person above all else. And so not having my own place for my styles to like live and breathe, it makes me feel like claustrophobic.
Yeah, and you know what I wish they would do? And this is where it gets interesting for me. So let's open up yet another project. Why not, right? So I've got this, actually it's in another one. So I think I've already got it open. Shop at home. So I've got this app here which has Angular, React, Svelte, and Vue in it.
But because of course, obviously, yeah.
Like who doesn't write in all 4, right? So in Svelte, what I really like is they put their TypeScript inside of a script tag in the page, and then they've got the template like right there.
Mm-hmm.
And you would just have a style tag below that if you had styles on this particular component. And what I like is you can put these in any order you want. You don't have to put one on top of the other or etc. So if you like your CSS on top or on bottom, you can just move that around. in Angular, you kind of have to put it, if you do inlines, right inside this decorator up top. And I don't really like that because I kind of want my styles to be free form, like at the bottom of the file, but also in a regular style tag, so you get all the wonderful CSS-ness, because I like CSS too. But you can see it's all color coded and everything's happy inside of here. The only downside is they don't let you
use your
use
extensions. Do you have magic extensions as well?
I do.
Yeah, I thought you did.
And it's called the Angular Essentials, which brings in a bunch of things here, which out of the box just work for you. And the Angular language service does most of the work. Let's see, what was that component? This one. Yeah. One caveat here is if you do inline styles, you can't use Sass, which is a big sadness for me. And I saw you were using it too. So I converted some of your Sass to CSS just to show you how to do it. And that's because the Angular build process does not pre-compile Sass in an inline style, which is also an open issue that I've had for, I think, 2 years on the Angular repo. So.
Okay, so if let's say we wanted to do your way right here, but we also wanted to do Sass, would you not recommend it? Would you recommend like go all in with CSS and one file? Or like, would you say it's okay to also have inline templates, but just not inline CSS? Like,
I'm glad you asked that. It's like you knew what was coming. So in my app component, I have the template, but you're using Sass. And I'm like, this is what I would do. If I really wanted Sass in there, I would just link to a separate file for the Sass like you did, but use template for my inline template.
And are we
the big reason I really love inline templates like this?
Why?
Not just the jumping back and forth. It really helps me avoid having a template that's way too big, because I start seeing the templates are when they get to be, let's say Sani's example of having more than 24 lines. When they get too big on the page and they're in their own file, it's easy to get them to grow too big. And ideally, when they start seeing them in a file like this, I might say, you know what? This looks like it should be a nav component. I want to pull that out and make it its own component. Or, this looks like it should be like a routing component or something. So you can start seeing those easier when they're in the same file as the code.
I love it. Well, okay, so if we're doing this inline templates, but separate SCSS or Sass file, would you recommend us grouping our Sass files together in like a CSS folder, or do they belong right next to the
I would still componentize them where you can. I generally have a global CSS file for global stuff, and then I have component based ones like you do here. So I usually use both based on what I'm trying to accomplish in CSS.
Cool.
So we have one last topic to mention, and this is the interceptor one. So I mentioned that the in-memory data service that Sani was talking about, that is actually an interceptor. It intercepts HTTP calls. So instead of going across the wire, it uses a mock database, which is what you have here. Well, there's other things you can do with them. For example, let's go look at the running app. And where's the browser? There it is. So here's the running app. If I go over to the side, you can see I've got some console logs here showing I'm intercepting your first HTTP request. I'm logging out what you're doing. So Alyssa was getting heroes. And then I check here and I added an auth header next. And then I'm checking out the headers that are on the file. And here's the headers that are in there. I'm logging them. And then on the way back, I'm logging the response. And you can use emojis and all sorts of stuff,
Are these like by default stripped out in production?
These can be. So there's a way you can easily do that. So for logging, I would strip them out in production. For headers, like auth headers, I wouldn't, because you'd want to do those, obviously. But what's neat about this is I usually create a folder called interceptors. And then in there, I'll look at the simplest one first. So we got log HTTP. And well, it's not the simplest, but it's probably the most useful. In here, I'm logging out the time of day and then what you're doing. So here's the response or the error from HTTP. And all of this kind of just logs out what's happening. And I'm just using console group and console log to log them out to the browser, which you can see over here. Now, these interceptors are pretty cool. So like if we go to logging the headers, for example, this one here will log the headers in the list. Basically, you can look through the request headers, push them to an array, and just log them out to a table inside of the browser. Super helpful for debugging. Something like this I would take out in production.
Console.table.
Console.table, yes.
Did
Have
you
you
make
seen that one?
up? Did you? Is that a you thing? I've never seen
Oh
that in
no,
my
it's
life.
awesome. You have been missing out. So go to your browser and right now, everybody do this immediately. Console table and stick an array in there of like John and
What?
Papa.
I was like, he made that up. That's a John thing.
Boom. And then you get a table.
What? Oh,
It's
that is so
incredibly
good.
helpful for
Okay.
arrays and other objects.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Thank you. I had no
No
idea.
worries. Lots of little tips. Then I'm also doing console groups, which is why you get these little collapsible groups right there, which makes it super easy to see your consoles in bold and indents and all that kind of stuff. But what's nice about these interceptors is they happen in the order that they're called. So I created an array, providers, and providing interceptors. So what this means is that Angular says you can have multiple interceptors and they'll happen in the order that you put them in the array. So first, I'm going to log every HTTP call that Alyssa tries to make. And then I'm going to go ahead and add my authentication interceptor, which is going to, for example, let's say I've got an auth token, and I can add it right in. And then after all the headers have been added, because I got to add other headers too, I'm going to log out all the headers in a list to show everybody what headers have been added to the app. And then you just take this single array, because that's all in one folder, and I go over to your app module. And then down at the bottom, we just do providers, interceptors. So it's simple as that. We just add an array of interceptors. And if you wanted to get rid of some of these, you could have conditional logic here for production versus dev to like remove the logging, for example. But not
Yeah, I was even seeing the why you should care. What is an interceptor?
Yep. And I put that in there so you have it in your repo of like, what is an interceptor? Why do you want it? Some of this came right out of the doc. Some of it's my own interpretation. And the most important part is order is critical in this because it actually happens in, imagine you're doing an HTTP call. That's why I got the arrows here. They happen in the order of your HTTP request happens, and then as the data comes back on the response. So you can actually intercept both the request and the response.
Wow. I am so excited about learning this. This is really, really cool.
I've even got one last fun thing for you to show, and this only takes a quick moment. So in the pull request that I made, you'll see, and this is my version of the repo, I have this thing up here, and I think I put it into your pull request comments. Let's go back to there. There we go. In the conversation, do you see this comment here with the link? I deployed the entire app up to Azure using a link.
Oh my
God. So it's
gosh.
all right there. And if you want instructions on how to do that, you can reach out to me on Twitter, and because we're going to run out of time for that.
Oh my goodness. So the peoples can go to, I think we actually already linked it in the chat, but they can go check out your PR right now, click on the link and see what's happening and how it's on Azure already.
Yeah, and it's just using Azure Static Web Apps, and it took, I think, a total of 5 minutes to actually get it there, which was absolutely insane. And if you look at the right there, it took 3 minutes and 57 seconds to deploy it, and it took me about a minute to actually write the file that did it.
Oh my goodness. This was honestly, every time I see you speak, I just need you to know, I'm always like taking mental notes of like, yeah, do it like that. Because I'm seriously, you just have this way about you that makes people feel like, hey, I can understand this. I could do this maybe. Like, so thank you so much.
Cool.
For
well, thank you. That's kind of you.
To,
it's all easy. You can all do this.
Oh, you are wonderful, John. Thank you seriously for everything you do in the community and coming on today for the Angular Relay.
Thanks for doing all this, Alyssa. We'll catch you all later, I guess.
Yes. Have a wonderful afternoon.
You too.
Holy moly. My head's still spinning. I know chat was commenting at how excited I get when I learn new things. It's just, this is why I got into development because I know console.table, it's simple, but it's to me like the coolest thing ever. Like I love learning new things. I love when things mesh and make sense. So that was really neat. I'm so glad John could come on the Angular Relay, and I'm super pumped about this next speaker. Let me welcome the wonderful and incredible Deborah Carrara.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm doing well. It's good to see you.
Where are you joining us from?
California.
Ah.
So I was up at 4:30 this morning in order to catch the beginning of the...
You're incredible. How you are absolutely incredible. 4:30 this morning. Yeah, it's early your time. Thank you, darling. So tell us, how are you known in the community, or how should people know you from the community?
Well, in the Angular community, I'm more known probably for my Pluralsight courses. I have an Angular Getting Started course that a lot of Angular developers started with. But I also, before then, wrote .NET books. So I am known in the C# community. And
you feel the same way as John? Like,
it was
writing?
interesting hearing his history, because his is very similar to mine. I started with C++ back in the day, and I'm a friend of Alan Cooper, if you know his name. He was the father of Visual Basic, and so he convinced me to try Visual Basic instead of C++, and so I started with VB2 all the way up to VB.NET. It was fun.
And then you just jumped over to web. You're like, we're doing this Angular style.
I was working on a client's application, and they wanted some web features, and my business partner / husband was doing Angular JS for his web stuff. And I'm like, oh, that looks kind of fun. I'll see if I could do that for this particular project. And I just fell in love with it. It was amazing. And then when Angular came up, especially with its support of TypeScript, it's like, oh, I know this. This looks so familiar. It looks just like C#. So
that's incredible. So your husband is a developer as well.
I'm sorry. Oh, my husband. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I see. That's how I actually got into tech, was because my husband was creating websites, and I was like, I want to try that. And so I always love when I find husband and wife, like, developer teams. It makes me like connect instantly. I'm like, yes.
Yeah. He does mostly ML these days, machine learning.
He went like to the cool side of development. Yeah, it's like the hotness right now. You're getting lots of love in the chat. I want you to know. People saying that you're one of the voices I've heard for years on many, many podcasts. So that's awesome. And do you have a show, or are you just visiting a bunch of podcasts?
I appear if I'm asked, but I don't have one of my own. It's not something, somebody read Doing Objects in Visual Basic 6. That was one of my books. That's so cool. Thank you so much.
So just book writing, is it the same for you as John Papa? Would you write another book?
No. Yeah, I had the same. That's why I said his background sounded so much like mine. Truly, by the time that thing gets published, because it takes literally months from the time you deliver it to the time that it actually shows up in a store somewhere, it's outdated. And it's then sad and frustrating, because then they want you to do the new one. And it's like, I just spent 6 months writing that one. So.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, someone says, I'm still migrating from BB6 code to C#.
Well, and my very first book, I had very small children at the time. They were probably 4 and 7. And so, or maybe even younger than that, 3 and 6. So I would read them both a story, tuck my older one in bed. My younger one was at that age where she wanted someone to sleep with her. So I would actually go to sleep with her, make my husband wake me up in an hour. And then I would work from like 10 o'clock at night till like 4 o'clock in the morning, writing my book, then get up at 7 to get the kids up into school, and then work, and then repeat it. And oh my God,
that's how you did it. Oh my gosh.
The only way I could make it.
Kate Sky in the chat said, wow. And Mrs. Lay said, what about sleep? I know, because it's only like 4 hours, and they were broken up hours. And you did that for like, what, 6 months or however long it took?
No, I really only did that at the end when I was trying to finish it, because I don't think I could have sustained that for 6 months, probably a couple of weeks.
Oh my word.
In the end stage when I was just trying to get it done and out. But yeah.
Absolutely amazing. That is some dedication right there. Everyone is in the chat saying, wow, working moms are superhumans.
Yeah, I don't think I could do it now because, I was younger then, and, you got all this this excitement and energy going, and that really helps you, like, oh my God, I really have to get it done. Almost like an addiction, kind of. You have to have that mentality of that in order to get yourself going every day.
I think we're coming up on time. Is there anything else that you want to talk about on the personal or getting started side before we pivot?
Not really. I'm currently in the very sad process of having a little disagreement with Stack Overflow. If anybody follows me on Twitter, they might have seen some of it.
Like Stack Overflow, the company, or like the community?
I had the gall on my Stack Overflow answer to someone to say, hope this helps. Oh my God. Do you believe that? I had the audacity to say that to someone.
I'm confused.
They
were upset about this?
I'm sorry?
They were upset about this?
Yes. Oh, yes. Because it should all be written like technical documentation, and you shouldn't be friendly. And so my post got unedited and put on hold for 24 hours. And I love you, Stack Overflow.
I'm sorry for that frustration. And that's really bizarre to me because I see that everywhere. Like, hope this helps. Like that's normal. That's not okay. Well, oh, are you Deborah Kurata everywhere? Like on the different media channels?
Pretty much. On Twitch, I'm just Deborah KU.
Okay.
I
think on Twitter
I think Twitter's Deborah Kurata, yeah. But on some of them, I've been able to just use Deborah K because I was so early onto the platform, and there are so few women. So,
yeah,
like GitHub, I'm just Deborah K because I could.
Because you're OG like that. I love it.
Yeah. I was early on.
Oh my goodness. Well, I think we should share the screen if you have it, and let's jump into the topic of the day.
So I want this one, and I'm going to start here. All right. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, looks great. And that font size is beautiful.
Actually, I think I'm going to take you and move you to the other so I can still see you too. All right. So the thing that I wanted to do is a little bit of RxJS. Over here is the hero service, and it uses a procedural technique for getting the heroes. And what I've been doing in a lot of my work is changing it to be a more declarative approach. So I would have heroes dollar, the dollar representing the fact that this is going to be an observable. And then I'm just going to take this little bit right there and just assign it that way. So instead of using the get, I'm going to have the heroes dollar observable. So then in the component, so here's my component over here. Because the get heroes is a method over here, I've got to implement on init. I've got to subscribe, and this is missing the unsubscribe. So you really should have an on destroy and an unsubscribe, and there's just so much code here. We could actually get rid of all of that. And this, we don't need this at all. We don't need to subscribe. We don't need to unsubscribe. We don't need ng on init. We can completely simplify. We don't need this guy. Just take him out. We just simply say heroes dollar over here equals, my keyboard is crooked, whoops, equals this dot heroes service dot heroes.
Yeah,
And
this
now,
was Shy called me up and was like, why aren't you doing it this way? And I was like, I don't know.
So then I can do it that way. Okay, so then, and so you still need to somehow subscribe to this. So instead, in the HTML, we are just going to async pipe it. So heroes $ /async, async, don't know how to spell that. And there we go. So somewhere here I have the UI running so we can see that it's still working. So I did the dashboard component, which is this guy. So now I've got all of them because I don't have the, there was actually a slice on here, which I could add onto my pipe here to do my slice so that I only had the first 5 of them on there.
So Mr. Schmoofy asked, since I don't know TypeScript, what does the $ mean?
The dollar doesn't mean anything in particular. It's just a nomenclature that has become common to mean that this is an observable instead of an array. So if you see heroes like this, you usually think of it as an array. This heroes is an observable of hero array. So that means that when you go to the HTML, you have to async pipe in order to have it emit the values.
Mm.
So from this point, I wanted to show the CRUD, the create, update, delete features, also declarative, but I didn't figure I would have time to do that. Live coding, so I just did another version, which is here. There's my daughter in Hobbiton.
I love that. And also someone just said you guys should provide a disclosure for risk of mind blowing because awesome.
Okay, so here is the same one. Here I did, I named it all heroes. And then in this case, we wanted a single hero. How do you get a single hero when you have to pass something? And the way that you do that is with an action stream. So here I created an action stream using a behavior subject. And then I combined the 2 streams in order to find the 1 hero in the set. So instead of having to go back to the server to get the 1 hero, this uses the heroes we've retrieved up here in order to find the one that they requested, kind of minimize. But if you do need to get it from the server, you could do it this way. So every time the user picks a different hero, it does the switch map to get the hero they requested. But the part of this that I really want to show is down here where we're doing the CRUD operations. So what I did is I defined a subject for the create, update, delete.
So we actually had a question. What if you need to subscribe to heroes $ multiple times? Would you then switch to using a subject? So I'm assuming this is why you're bringing in a subject, maybe?
No, if you needed to subscribe to this multiple times, you just subscribe to it multiple times. You don't need a subject. And that's one of the things, I do a lot of code reviews for clients. And that's one of the things that I see that can be a little bit unnecessary, where instead of using the actual observable that you get from the get, they wrap it with their own additional subject, and that in most cases isn't really necessary because you can subscribe to this multiple times. If you want to ensure that it doesn't keep retrieving multiple times, what you can do is a share replay. And so what the share replay does is it will automatically share it. So it actually sort of makes it like a subject where it's sharing the results of it. And that way, because if you look, let's see, let me run this one. npm start. If we run this one and look at the little messages on the bottom, maybe I'll talk about something else while this is going. But using the share replay allows you to reuse all heroes without having to deal with it. All right, so here's the app again. notice that here it fetched the heroes. When I go to the heroes page, it doesn't fetch the heroes again. When I click on one to edit it, it's not fetching the heroes again. When I go back to the dashboard,
And you're saying this is all because of shared replay?
It's all because of share replay.
Is
And
all of this covered in your course?
All the different components. So I've got multiple components. This heroes component and the dashboard component are both subscribing to either all heroes or heroes, which I'll show you in a second. And the share replay ensures that it's not going back and getting data unnecessarily. Now, you might not want to do this if you've got data that's updating frequently, such as flight reservations or hotel reservations or something. But if this app, for example, was just maintaining my favorite ponies, nobody else would be adding to this or updating this list, and there's no reason to continually hit the server for them. But I wanted to finish looking at the CRUD option. Okay, so what I'm doing is I created a subject using this. Now, the reason that I'm using that is when I have this subject emit, it's not enough for it just to emit the hero. I also need it to emit which action it is. So by using action of hero, if I go to the, is it going to let me go to the definition of that? Yes. So all action of T is the hero with the action, so that I can get both bits of data, because the other parts of the stream not only needs to know what was updated, but whether it was a create, an update, or a delete. So then what this does is it merges all of the heroes with this action, so that I have the list of all of the heroes along with the hero that was updated or deleted and the action. So then I use concat map and call a method save hero, and we'll look at that in a moment. After that's finished, then what it does is a scan. And what the scan does is it automatically manages for us this array of heroes. So instead of having your service have to have an array of heroes that you're managing and you're adding to and you're modifying and managing, the scan will do it automatically. So here's my scan, and then I've got a method here that's being called. So let's look at these two. We'll look at save hero first. So that's all the code I didn't need. So in my save hero, it's down here. So what this is doing is it's checking the action. If it's add, it calls the add. If it's an update, it calls the update. And if it's a delete, it calls the delete. And these are basically how they were written in the sample app, where it does the delete or the put or whatever. And then what this did, I'm going to scroll back up to the code we were looking at. So here again is our heroes with our CRUD action. So on scan, it's calling modify hero array. So what that's doing, I'm scrolling back down to where that is. I should have done as John Papa did and just close my
the collapse.
But anyway, so here's my modify hero array, and this again is looking at the actions. And then it is either adding that hero for an add using the array notation. If it's an update, it's using map and replacing the one that was changed with our new one. And if it's a delete, it's filtering out the deleted one. And then returning the array. So basically, we're handling all of our CRUD operations with that routine here. And again, we have a share replay. Without the share replay, the scan won't retain that array. So we need the share replay to ensure that as you continue to do more creates, more updates, more deletes, they're all retained in that array that scan is holding on to for us. So
you have been getting so many shout outs during this. I am curious, does your course on Pluralsight cover all of this, part of this?
I have a getting started course, which doesn't cover any of this because this isn't really part of the getting started material. But I have a course entitled RxJS and Angular, and it covers the whole reactive approach. Because I go through it so much slower, and I had a maximum time that Pluralsight would give me for the course, I only got through the add. I didn't get through the create and update code for it.
I didn't know they time cap you.
Yeah. But I do have it. I have an additional folder that goes with the course in my GitHub that is called APM. It's Acme Product Management is the name of the sample app, dash extras. And then that shows more of the rest of this code. Plus, I'm giving all of this as part of Alyssa's GitHub PRs. I'll be creating a PR for all of it. So you'll have it.
Thank you so much. This was so enlightening. Chat absolutely loves you. So I want you to feel so loved. And let's see, anything else that we need to, we're saying this is all amazing for smaller data sets. For heroes, I guess they're asking for larger data sets. I think this would work with any size, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there's no reason this wouldn't work for any size data set. I mean, it's no different than calling it with a method. You could also add code to page your data, and I have a sample of that too. I've got a set of StackBlitz examples in addition to GitHub examples. I think I did this one on my GitHub where I did pagination so that you can get, like the first 100 heroes, and then the user clicks next, gets the second 100 heroes or whatever. So if you have a very, very large set, you could use techniques and still do pagination.
Oh, excellent. Well, thank you so much. We put the link in the chat to Deborah's Pluralsight page that lists out all of the courses that she has on there. So please check them out if you're ready for more details on the RxJS or even getting started with Angular. And I also heard your routing course is the bomb. So
thanks.
Oh my goodness. Well, we have to welcome our next speaker, but I just want to thank you again so much, Deborah, for taking the time to join the Angular Relay today.
Thank you, and I hope this helps.
Very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
I know it's quick. I know it's been like back to back to back, but I wanted to create an awesome lineup and bring some incredible speakers together. So hang in there. We've got 2 more awesome speakers, and I'd like to welcome to the stage, because that's a thing, the stage, Kate Sky.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Alyssa. Can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Well, I am highly caffeinated at this point, so we're
Yeah, me too. I've been with you since 7 a.m. this morning Central Time, so you're doing great.
So you are Central? Where are you at?
I am north of Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, welcome. Yeah, it is. It's 10:45 our time-ish. So
yeah. Where are you at?
I'm in Kansas City, Missouri.
Awesome.
So yes, north of Texas and Oklahoma. Just go straight up.
Okay. All right.
So, Kate, how should people know you from the community? What are you known for?
I don't even think I'm known for anything.
Pish posh.
Well, I just got lucky and I got into some videos that Bonnie created with my kids. So I think some people might know me from just having a bunch of kids. And I also presented a couple of times on Angular Air.
And
and
didn't you used to do some conferences back when that was the thing?
I think I did a meetup here and there, but nothing really major. I've been busy raising babies, really.
I know. How many
between working?
How many kiddos do you have?
I have 5.
5. I just got started. I just have the one. Is it harder at a certain point or easier? I hear
it doesn't get easier. Sorry. I mean, you don't get as stressed out about being perfectionist and everything, but it's still hard. I mean, I do have one in production, as I call it. He's all grown up. So I only have 4 more to go. 4 more children to mess up.
Oh, my friend. Do you know Uri Shaked?
No.
He is a community influencer like yourself, and he recently just had his first one, and he messaged and was like, "We've got a successful deploy." When
Oh, I think I've seen it on Twitter. Yeah.
I thought that
I've
was
seen
so
that.
cute.
That
I
was
love
cute.
that you have one in production. I have never heard that before, and I think that's adorable.
Yeah. So another thing that I'm kind of trying to do is I have 3 daughters and 2 sons. So my 3 daughters, I'm trying to guide them towards computer science gently but firmly. Gently but firmly, if that's a thing. 2 of my older nieces are in computer science, so I'm really proud of them, trying to follow sort of my steps, but their own people. But the girls in tech is really my thing. I'm a big fan of Deborah Karada. Like I said, Bonnie is like, she's like a mentor to me. We're pretty good friends. So yeah, girls in tech, go.
That's awesome. Yeah, Bonnie was in the chat saying, "I know you."
I love Bonnie.
What you're saying about like gently but firmly guiding into tech reminds me of what Bonnie did. I'm pretty sure she told her daughter, if you write an application, I'll get you a laptop. Like it was like incentive.
Oh yeah, yeah. Bonnie told me all about it, and I'm using the same techniques on my daughters. Trust me.
Bonnie said bribery works. Excellent.
Yep.
So tell us about what you do as far as tech. Are you only into Angular? Are you also
I am full stack. Yeah, I'm full stack. I am Angular front end, .NET back end. So I've been doing that for 11 years, give or take. Before that, I did like full-time companies I work for. Now I just kind of do consulting. My current project is with Talent and Rewards team at Aon, which is like pretty cool team to work for, because you get to work for like pretty high-end clients, showing them cool data. So Angular is really playing a big role in that development, because we have to make everything really pretty and stuff. So it's a cool project. Not sure if it's gonna continue on after December, but it's been really fulfilling for me working with Angular. I really like it.
That's awesome. So how did you get started, like back in early days, into just tech in general?
Just kind of life took me there. Just, it was something that I found out pretty early on is gonna be really good for my career. I was good at math, so it was kind of natural for me to progress that route. Nothing really special. I didn't really build any clocks in my spare time. Just kind of did the studying and
and
got into it.
Do you have any mom tips for me as a developer, as a mother, like as a life liver? Because right now I'm like, this is fine. This is totally fine. But like, it keeps getting a little bit harder, like as he's getting older, and I'm like, this is still fine.
Yeah, because he's getting into terrible twos, and they usually start at 1, right? Yeah, I don't know. I think, you know what? I'm coming to a conclusion that I have to do laundry every day. There can't be a laundry day anymore. It's got to be every day to keep up.
Thank you, because I'm only at like 3 people in the household, so I can't imagine with 7, because you have 5, right? So, well, although one's in
He's
production
out.
now.
Yeah, so it's 6 of us. Yeah, but the laundry never ends. Yeah, pretty much.
No, I know. I see those moms on the TikTok, and I'm like, who have like the laundry day, and I'm like,
no,
my laundry machine doesn't go fast enough for that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and another tip that I have for all moms is try to delegate any work you can to your children as early as possible. How this work, I mean.
I love that. And Mr. Schmoofy's loving your one in production. Oh, that's cute.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so personal question. What is a common thing that you will eat at the start of your day? Or maybe my start of my day for eating is 2 p.m. So it doesn't have to be breakfast, but what's a common thing?
I was trying to do the fasting thing and trying to break my fast later and later day, but it hasn't been working for me lately with pandemic and everything, because you're always at home, close to the fridge, close proximity to the fridge, so it's hard. Our usual breakfast is like a morning shake with fruits and almond milk or something. So
yeah.
Usually break my fast that way.
That's excellent. Does everybody in the household get one, or are you the only one?
Oh yeah, everybody gets one. Yeah, that's breakfast. That's why we usually end up with 2 breakfasts for the kids, because they get hungry within an hour.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Oh, Ed said deploy early, 18 and out the door.
Well, it was his choice. I was willing to keep him around, but it was his choice. He wanted to get out. Crazy house here.
Let's see, what time is it? I think if you are ready, we can pivot over to a bit of coding? If you're interested.
Yeah, I would love to. Actually, I was a little bit nervous, but I'm also happy that I'm towards the end, because I had 2 things prepared for to show off, and both of them could have been a thing. So let me share my screen here. Share. Okay. All right, good. All right. So I'm kind of going to just walk through the code, because it's a little bit of code. So I wasn't sure if I'm going to have time to type it all out.
Oh, that's perfect.
So let me just show you what I added. Okay, so if we go to localhost and we refresh, you kind of notice that I have a little indicator there spinning around.
Yes.
So I've used, I couldn't help but to use Kendo's Kendo UI indicator.
The loading indicator.
Yeah. So I wanted to show you how to create a singleton busy indicator for your whole app, and using interceptors and a service. So let me just close.
There's someone in the chat asking if you use Peacock too.
I absolutely use Peacock. I love Peacock. Otherwise, I would be lost. So let me see if I can go to my 23 lines of code. I'll close this. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm close. All right, how's that? How's that looking?
That's
all right.
Beautiful.
So one other thing that I kind of found pretty useful is a little extension called Code Tour. So if anyone ever needs to do a walk through their code for like a onboarding or a presentation, Code Tour. So I'm using, so I had to install Can-Do. Let's see if it's gonna actually go there.
I'm like writing this down. I had no idea about Peacock and Code Tour. I didn't know about these.
Okay, let me try to close these. So it's supposed to go to the file. So let me try closing out these. Okay, so here's my first step. First, ng add Can-Do Angular indicator. So what we will do is it will do all the imports necessary. So that's the step 2. I'm just checking to see if my indicator module is imported in my app module up here. And we are going to create an interceptor. And as you remember, when John was talking about it, it's something that is executed before and after HTTP call. And we have in-memory web API right now, but it still goes through all of the interceptors. So this one is actually going to control our busy service, which has 2 methods. And I'll show you that next. It has an increment and decrement. So anytime the request starts, it will increment. And when it's done, it will call this method. So our next step is create the service. Let me see. So the busy service is imported in the constructor. And that's how you are calling this. So any questions about this interceptor before I go to the service?
Not yet. Not yet. I'll let you know if they pop up.
All right. I'm gonna go to make sure I see you. I want to see you in my other window. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, so next step is a new service, and we are going to add this busy service that's going to be control the stream of a state. So we have this property called busy state. All it is an observable of a behavior subject that we create up here. It has it has a default value of busy false, message null. Really, for this example, we're not using the message, but you could be using any kind of object that makes sense for you if you wanted to do something else with the message. For this example, we're only going to be using the isBusy property on the object. So whenever increment is called, the message subject is, we do a .next, and we send isBusy set to true, and the message is whatever that message is coming through our interceptor. So let's go back to interceptor really quick. In this case, it's going to be for get request, it's loading. For all other methods, it's going to be saving. So it's pretty simple here, but it could be any message. So let's go back to service. So any questions about the behavior subject or this variable busy state $?
Not yet, but is this available? Have you pushed this to GitHub anywhere so that people can?
Oh, I will. It's still in my branch. I will push it after we're done.
Beautiful.
Yeah. All right. So next step is we're going to create a component because we want to use CanDoUI as component, right, for to show the busy indicator. And for that, we are creating a pretty simple component. All it does is it sets the local property busy state to the busy state from the service that we just saw. And that's it for the component. And let's look at the template. The template has an ngIf, and if busy state is true, then it's going to show this div right here, which has the CanDo loader. And there's some styling in CSS you can that makes everything kind of opaque and blocks the screen from getting any other clicks there with the Z index. All of this provided by CanDoUI documentation. So one other point I wanted to make really quick. A lot of times we see the properties on our components with square brackets like this. Okay. And to make the type actually be set to infinite spinner, we need to put it in single quotes. Because whenever we put the property in the square brackets, it causes Angular to evaluate the expression on the right side. Okay. This is just a little tip I recently learned, and I think it just cleans up your template pretty well. So if you delete the square brackets, you are welcome to
get rid of the string in a string situation here.
Yeah, and it's going to be a regular string, and you're actually saving Angular from evaluating the expression and just going to use the static value and assign that to the input property, because that's what type is. It's an input property, right?
I love this tip, and also I think you have a niece or nephew in the chat. So,
oh, they are awesome.
saying that you're awesome and cheering you on.
So. Oh, I love them. I love them so much. All right, so we went through this. Quick other tip on change detection. If you are using strings like we are here, which is a busy state is an observable stream with async pipe, something that Deborah was talking about, you are pretty safe to put change detection to on push. There is a promise that it's going to make your applications faster if you use change detection on push. So, and I think it's already running, and we already saw it working. So unless there's any more questions, I think
just show that. There it is.
It's still there. Yeah.
Oh, that is wonderful. I cannot wait. So yes, all of these speakers are sending in PRs. So there's the main GitHub Tour of Heroes CanDoUI version that we've been sharing out, and you can check the PRs for each individuals. But I love this, and I'm so glad you came on today to show this off. I went to see, I think we have a survey question and prize that we can give out that you provided us. Yeah, are we ready for that? You ready for that, Kate?
Sure.
Okay.
I forget what it was. Go ahead.
So I don't know if we covered this question. So really, the first person who comments something that you're like, yes, yes to, we will go ahead and make sure that person gets a prize. So I think we're doing Amazon gift cards. So if we can put the question on screen, or I can just read it out if we don't have it. I'm not seeing it, so I'm just going to read it out. What do you use to create a public API for your library? Ah, there it is. And I honestly, I don't know did we cover this?
What do you use to create a public? Did I ask this question?
Either that or I totally made it up. I have that written down as our survey question for yours, but let's smoothies.
Correct answer. Smoothies.
Peacock smoothies. Excellent. Let's see. Let's think of something we've talked about today to ask a question, like a real question, because I'm sorry about that one. Let's see. Ooh, I know. You all ready for this? You ready? How many kiddos does she have? How many kids? How many kids? First one gets an Amazon gift card. Come on, you guys can do this. Oh, chat went crazy. Mrs. Lay said 5.
All right. 5 it is.
Surly Dev said 2 + 1. Oh my goodness. Kate, thank you so much.
This was so fun, Alyssa. Thank you so much for having me.
People can find you at Kate Sky? Yes?
Yeah, I actually have a website, katesky.com, but Twitter would be the best, katesky8. I don't know why there's an 8 there. I was never going to have 8 kids.
It does add a little bit of confusion.
Yeah. Maybe because Kate rhymes with 8. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. And
yeah.
Thank you so much, Kate. You
for
are
having
appreciated.
me.
And yeah, chat's just sending you lots of love. So I hope you feel loved and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Oh my goodness. What a fun relay. We have one more speaker. I saved one of the most awesome people I know for last. I'm going to welcome him to the stage, Stephen Fluent.
Hello. Hopefully you can hear me and we don't have
Yeah.
crazy technology issues.
You sound great. Welcome. Oh my goodness. Where are you joining us from today?
I'm joining from Fremont, California, where it's about 80 degrees today, which is much warmer than what I've heard about my hometown back in Minneapolis, where it's snowing and we've had like the most snow ever. But I don't experience snow anymore. It's beautiful here.
Already? Is this normal for Minneapolis to snow in October?
Not this early. This is like a 30-year record or something like that.
Oh my goodness. You're getting lots of love from the chat. Welcome.
Awesome. Hello, everybody.
Oh, so Stephen, how should people know you? How are you most known in the community?
I think most people know me as being on the Angular team at Google. And so I try and do a whole lot of things in terms of being part of the community, going to events, conferences, and things like that. And then people also know me a little bit from my YouTube set of tutorials on Angular called Demos with Angular. Someone actually introduced me at an event as like the creator of Demos with Angular. And I'm like, that's weird. That's just like me making videos.
That was that in their mind. Like that was it. That was your shtick. Like that was the most perfect thing they could think of for you. That's perfect. So all of those, I'm assuming your YouTube's still live and hot and people can go check it out right now if they wanted.
Yeah, they're still making videos every now and then. Not as often as I'd like, obviously, but still trying to like figure out what gaps are in the universe and how I can make videos to try and make things easier or show how simple some things can be. Because I think the power of like live coding is just magic, right? Like when someone sees, oh, they did that in 5 minutes from scratch. Yeah, I don't understand everything they did, but like I can follow along, I can figure it out and learn and kind of grow. I love that idea.
Steven, I'm really curious. I've been asking different people like their tech journeys today. How did it start for you? How did you even get into the tech industry, whether it be on the hardware or the software side? Like how did that interest start?
So that interest started a long time ago. So I was 8 years old. I was on the way to a Twins baseball game with my father. I was like in the car, and like halfway there, like asking random questions like an 8-year-old kid does. I was like, where do video games come from? And he explained like people build them. And I'm like, wait, people made these things, these glorious like epic adventures? And I'm like, well, how do they make it? He's like, well, they program them, they code them. I'm like, wait, what's that? Tell me more. And so I like that set me on a path towards learning like C and C++ and building out like some really stupid, simple text-based games. And then that brought me into my whole career as I aged. And I have been in love with this idea that you can use your brain to create something that is fun for someone else or help someone else. So that's why I'm here.
If you were starting with like C, C++, and how did you pivot into the web world? Where was that introduced?
Sure. So that was closer to high school, which was this kind of magic transition from I can build an application that I can use or I can give to someone to, hey, we can build these like websites that everyone can access. And it was like going from a single player game to a multiplayer game for the first time. So getting into like PHP and like, oh my God, I can like look at the cookies and I can have a session state, and then I can just like keep sending down new versions of pages over and over and over and create like a conversation with a user. That really was magical for me.
You found it early days. I discovered it like post my first college degree. So you're like in on the ground floor. That's awesome.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like it's something that you have to rediscover as well, because if you look at web development today, it's very different than it was 5-10 years ago. And so like the things you can do in the conversations you can have in terms of the experiences you build are way better now. And so there's kind of a new level of magic every time you rediscover a new piece of tech or something new you can do. It's like you know how everyone says like what superpower would you pick if you could pick one? I feel like software engineering in general is like you get a new superpower every year.
You do. It is, and it really has changed a lot. It's really interesting to see how many people today in the Angular community started their journey, whether it was with C++ or .NET, full stack. Like it's been really, really cool. And as John Papa was saying, like now he's like expanding to loving things like Svelte, and I don't even know if that's how you say it. Svelte. I just kind of like gave it a twist for fun, and Vue. But yeah, it does feel like a new superpower every year.
Yeah, and it's funny how like languages change over time too, because I used to have this trifecta of languages where it was like Java for servers and games, and then I was using PHP for websites, and I was using Python for command line scripts. And then like JavaScript started taking over, so then I stopped writing as much PHP and started writing AngularJS. And then Node came out, and so I stopped writing so much like Java and started writing JavaScript. And so then all three of these like languages merged into this JavaScript behemoth, and then that became TypeScript, which is just like I basically just write TypeScript for everything I do now.
Hey, you're pretty satisfied like with the TypeScript.
It's pretty good. I mean, there's still rough edges, but there's rough edges with absolutely every language, right? So
okay, let me see. I think we're okay on time. I know this is gonna be a weird question, but I really like to, beyond tech, get to know each of our speakers in a personal way. So something I've been asking is like, how do you break your fast? So I always do it around 2 p.m. That's the first time I eat during the day, and it's usually something like carrots or something ridiculous. So what about you? How do you usually break your fast, and what type of food?
There's a lot of different answers. I'm very inconsistent. Like inconsistency is probably the underlying feature of my diet and eating habits. So if we look at today, for example, I will probably not end up breaking my fast until 2 p.m. And I'm doing this month of October keto challenge where I'm doing basically less than 20 grams of carbs per day. And so it'll probably be at some point this afternoon, and I'll probably eat some sort of like meat stick thing or cheese maybe. But other than that, oftentimes I will break my fast the moment that like very early in the morning, like 7:30, where I'll have a slice of apple or banana.
Okay.
Because when I feed my son his little breakfast, I always eat some of it to make sure it's like not gone off or something like that.
And how old? How old is the little Daniel?
Next week. So he's like grown up. apps. Like, doesn't even need me anymore.
I'm imagining. So next week, wow. Okay. First of all, that flew. Second of all, like walking, talking, doing everything now, right? Like there's nothing like
he's pretty good at being independent. Like, we're always around, but
yeah,
he can like pick out his own clothes now. He helps me like prepare his bath, which is like, it's crazy that you can assign tasks to this little junior developer in training.
Oh, that's so did you guys do sign language?
We did, yeah. I mean, we weren't super formal about it, but we had like all done, and we had like more.
Yes, yeah. Because
I
it's
think those
funny
were
to
the
see his mashups, and my Daniel has made some of his own, and I'm like explaining to people, I know that's not real, but that's what he means. Like, oh, that's amazing. I love it. I love that we have so many parents on stage today. It's definitely a bonding moment. I think there's lots of parents in the chat who's feeling that. Let's see. What time are we at? I think we have time. And chat, if you have any questions for our incredible Stephen Fluin, throw them out. Okay, so back before the pandemic, we were traveling a lot. You were traveling a lot. Did you have any like funny travel stories? Anything you can share with us? Like, this one time on a plane, this happened, that kind of thing. I know it's totally random. So if you don't have anything,
Yeah, I have traveled a whole bunch in my career because obviously my job now is to travel, but also before I became an adult, my father worked for Delta. And so when you like work for Delta, you get like all these crazy flight benefits where you fly standby. Probably the funniest stories were the fact that when I was a little kid, my parents would take us on a trip. Like, we'd go visit family in England for a weekend or for Christmas. But when you fly standby, you're not guaranteed a seat. And so if everybody shows up for the flight, you just don't get on the plane. And one holiday season, it was like really bad, where every day we went to the airport, we sat there, we didn't get on the plane. The next day we came back, sat there in the airport, didn't get on the plane. And as like a 7 or 8 year old, I was really, really stressed about this because I was about to miss school. And you can't miss the first day of school. And so it was like the end of the world for me. And so we ended up like flying from London to Amsterdam to Detroit to New York back to Minneapolis. So
did you make it? Did you miss the first day?
I did not miss the first day. It was like I landed that night, like the night before the first day of school.
And your mom was like, you can stay home. I know it was late. And you're like, I'm going.
School's important. Following the rules was really important to me as a kid. Like,
that is so
I was like, why are the rules here if you're not supposed to follow them?
Oh, that is excellent. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Do you have any fun hobbies? I know you're in California and it's warm there. So like outside should be a thing for you, but I didn't know if there was anything unique that you like to do.
A thing for me, but I live most of my life indoors. Like, so coronavirus, like it's definitely hit me. It's been hard. It's been terrible, but it probably hasn't hit me as hard as others. Because like the only time I ever go out is when I'm doing like a big adventure. Like I'm going to a conference or I'm traveling the world. Like in January we were in like Hawaii, and then we went to visit family in Costa Rica. So in terms of like just getting outside the house, that's not what I tend to do. I tend to do more things like, what can I build? Like, could I go create a startup? Can I go build an app that solves a problem that I've never had? Or should I just waste all my time playing video games like Factorio or RimWorld?
What are these on? Are these PC?
Yes, both of those are PC games.
Okay.
But I have basically like every console except PlayStation. So I have an Xbox, I've got Stadia, I've got a Switch.
Yeah, I'm mainly first-person shooters. So whenever it comes to other cool games, I'm very out of the know. So I love it. Oh, you're getting RimWorld shout outs. What is it? Is it like a...
RimWorld's a colony simulation or colony management simulation. So you get... have you ever heard of Dwarf Fortress?
No.
Okay. Dwarf Fortress is this like very, very old, still maintained text-based game where you have to like maintain a colony of dwarves. And RimWorld is the same thing, but set in space and set with like really fantastic graphics, really fantastic gameplay. And so you have to like build this colony up, and you have to have people feed themselves and grow food and hunt animals, or if they want to, or they can like buy food from traders and walk around. And then the idea is that it's a storytelling simulator. So you've got this colony and you're actually like playing the game, making the characters better or whatnot. But at the same time, things are going to be thrown at you. Like raiders are going to come, or your people are going to get sick, or some like bad things happen and good things happen. And it's supposed to be like the story, this journey that your colony goes on, where failure is actually success, right? Like the story of the colony overcoming hardships or ultimately succumbing to hardships is the part of the fun.
So is there like an end game, or is it constantly growing and expanding?
There is an optional end game. So much like a lot of the games I play, like Factorio, there is a like finish where if you get off the planet that you've crash landed on, that's finishing. But you don't have to do that. You can just keep playing forever.
I love it. I have games similar to that I didn't like finish the last boss so that I could just kind of the world's still going, but yes, it's not how it was intended. So
that is my biggest gripe with Breath of the Wild is that when you kill Ganon, you can't keep playing. Like that's game over. Go if you want to play more, go undo
restart
Ganon.
it. Yeah. You also got shout outs for Factorio as well.
Oh,
so
Factorio is fantastic. Like if you a lot of engineers like thinking about systems and processes and automation. And Factorio is just that. Like it's like, oh, I want to build a factory. Well, I should build a factory that builds factories so that I don't have to build factories.
No, I've actually seen that one played, like a playthrough, and it's very, for my brain at least, I'm impressed that that's fun for your brain, because for my brain, I'm like, like gotta get it right.
It's a really not a stressful game because like you can turn off like there's aliens that can come attack you. You can just turn those off. And there's no way if you turn those off, there's no way to make a mistake because anything you do can be undone. Anything you build can be moved. And so
I see. Yeah.
It can be very relaxing too because you can't make a mistake, right? Like the only thing you can do is make your factory better.
Okay. I like this idea. I didn't know you could actually turn off those attacks. So well, I think we're ready for some. I think it's code time. If you want to show something, if you have something.
Yeah, I can try and share my screen here. Let's go ahead and flip over here. Can you see my screen right now?
You can. The world can see your screen.
All right. And so, I think I'm sharing the wrong one. Stop. Let's see. Let's try this again. Screen 2. Screen 2. My left screen is called screen 2. Very confusing. All right, that's a little bit better. So I have here an app you might recognize called My Little Pony Tour of Heroes.
Yes.
And so this, I just cloned it off the repo, and I wanted to make a bunch of updates to this. So again, please keep me honest with the time because I could build on applications forever. But I wanted to think about this idea of user empathy and understanding the journey that your users are taking when they use your application. And so I wanted to actually go and do several things that will make this application better for understanding and tracking and supporting my users. So the first thing I want to do is I actually want to go and add Google Analytics because I think actually having data about when people are using your app, where they're coming from, what their languages are, all those sorts of things are context that you can use to build a better application. So let's just go ahead. I will tell you, I made a couple fixes to the application. So for example, there was some typings that were wrong.
You will only get claps for such things.
Yep. But so I've got those as separate commits from what we're doing here today. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna jump into the index.html. So there's lots of ways that you can add Google Analytics. One of the newer ones that's actually really fun is if you add Angular Fire, so like ng-add at Angular/Fire, you can add the Angular Fire Analytics module, and it basically sets up everything and configures it. So you don't have to do the steps that I'm doing if you use Angular Fire. But I wanted to kind of go back to basics and actually just show you how to install Google Tag Manager and connect it up. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and I'm going to pull up my little analytics account. So as you can see, hey, look, it's a normal Google Analytics account, and they give you this nice little snippet. And so this snippet actually works perfectly in Angular with one small modification. So I'm just going to paste this in here, and I'm going to remove this gtag config, and I'm going to keep this user ID because I'm going to need that a little bit later. So this basically pulls in the Google Tag Manager API. So gtag commands will now work across my application. So now that I have access to the Google Tag Manager, what I can actually do is I can jump into something like the app component, and now I can build out the application so that whenever a route change happens in my application, I see that route change happens, and I report that back to Google Analytics. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create a constructor here. So we're going to pull in the constructor, and we're going to ask for the router. And I will make mistakes here, so I apologize. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be listening to the router navigation end events. And so this is actually pretty simple. Let me just think about this for a second. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to, from the router, create a observable. And so we'll maybe call this nav end events. And what we're going to do is we're going to say router.events.pipe. So this is the events is an observable that has all of the events that happen in your router. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use a filter operator. So we should automatically pull that in from RxJS. And we're going to filter the list of all the events and only care about the ones where they are an instance of this special type called navigation end event. And so what that does is we now have a new observable called nav end events that tells us whenever the user has successfully navigated in the application. And so what we want to do is we want to subscribe. So usually subscribing to a observable in your component is an anti-pattern. So if you have any sort of UI that you're trying to propagate to the user, don't do this. But because we know that there will only ever be one app component in our application, I can just do this as a way to make this work. So what we're going to do is we're going to listen for any of those navigation end events. And so we know that we're going to get a navigation end event here. And whenever we get one of those, what we're going to do is we're going to call out to gtag. Oops. And you'll know that gtag doesn't exist because it's being registered in the global scope by the index.html I've got. So I can just work around that in the typing system by saying declare var gtag. That basically just tells TypeScript, hey, this is a thing. Don't worry about it. It's an any for now. And so we're not going to worry about typings there. What I can do is I'm going to send that same option. So we'll say send config, and then we'll need to pass in your ID. And then what it's expecting is this object called page path, or object with a key called page path. And the page path we're going to send is going to be the URL after redirects. So with that, we've got a list of the times that the user successfully navigates, and we're subscribing to that. And anytime the user successfully navigates, we're sending that back to Google Analytics via Google Tag Manager. So let's actually see if this worked or if I've completely borked it here. So what we should see is when we refresh the application, you have to ng-serve or it doesn't work. Sorry about that. Yeah, so what we should see is that every time I load a page of the application, or when the page first loads, because there's a navigation end event when the router first initializes, we should be seeing a collect, a hit to the Google Analytics backend. And so we're going to see if this works here. I'm trying to pull up the chat because I'm sure the chat is yelling things at me saying, hey, bad job, you failed. All right, we can see here, we now actually have that Google Analytics event just like we expected. And when I navigate around my application, it should be sending additional Google Analytics events. Yep, there we are. So when I click, we see Google Analytics events. And so now I can look in my backend and understand my users and see how they're using my application so that I can make it better for them. So that was
all of this goes into the analytic, like we could go over to our Google Analytics page.
Yep, and you can see all of the user navigation events, how many users are live on the site, all those sorts of things. Yep, exactly.
So I love that you started this with talking about having more empathy for the user and thinking about them and their workflow. And that can feel overwhelming sometimes, at least from my side of it, because I feel like there's so many use cases. And so I feel like this is a really, really good way to get a handle on the mountain that is understanding their experiences and grasping how your app's being used and how you can better solve those things. So I'm really, really glad you showed this. Is there anything else that you want to dive more into?
Yeah, and I will just make a side comment. This is a first step, right? Like you should also be doing things like capturing production errors so that if your user is using a browser that you didn't anticipate, you find out that they're having a bad experience. But I'll dive into a couple more changes. How much time do we have?
We
I can keep going forever.
7 minutes.
Oh, plenty of time. We're rocking and rolling here. So the next thing I want to do is I want to take a look in the Angular JSON file here. So if you don't know what Angular JSON is, in every Angular application, this really just sets up and configures the CLI. And so it's got lots of keys, but one of the ones that you should pay attention to is this production configurations key. So this is basically whenever you run ng build -- prod, which we can do in the background here just to see it. You're going to be building your application for production. So something that giving you a set of JavaScript that you could ship out to the world. And so there's a bunch of configurations that we give you out of the box. And I'm actually going to recommend that you change a few of these default configurations. And so there's one here called source maps, and I'm going to say you should turn that to true. And another one is called named chunks. And we turn that one to true. So source maps, what that does is when we build our application all the way from the HTML and the TypeScript that we're writing out to the JavaScript that's shipping down to the browser, source maps generate a map file that connects those two things. So you can actually see how is the code you're writing connecting to the code that you're shipping to users, which is going to directly affect the bundle size of your application, which is going to directly affect the performance and the time that the user has to sit there waiting for your application. Named chunks is just a little bit of a helpful thing where if you do use lazy loading, which is absolutely a best practice that we recommend for everybody, named chunks gives you a little bit more useful file names when you're looking at errors and those sorts of things. So you can tell what chunk something is in versus just seeing like a hash of whatever chunk you're looking at. So we've made those two changes, and we'll come back to what those actually do in a second. But the other thing I want to look at is these bundle budgets. So one of the things that we have done is we've been talking to the Chrome team a lot about how to give users really great experiences. And when the Chrome team or the Chrome DevRel team works with a developer, they can almost always very easily get the bundle size down. You can make the application faster for users. But what they see is that over time, as we add more features, our apps tend to get bigger, right? Like no matter what app you're building, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger the longer you work on it. And so what bundle budgets do is that takes that bundle size increase from an unconscious thing that you actually have to worry about constantly and keep coming back to, and turns it into an automation. So we can take a look, for example, and see that our main bundle size here is about 600 KB. And so this default of 2 megabytes, 5 megabytes, is probably much too high. So maybe we lower that from 5 megabytes down to 2 megabytes, and we lower the maximum warning down to a single megabyte. So trying to put it closer to what our application is at, and so that if we accidentally blow this up by pulling in like new components or library or something like that, we know right away and we can fix it rather than unconsciously ruining the user's experience.
I love that.
Awesome. And then I think the last thing or the second to last thing I want to show, depending on how much time we have, is Source Map Explorer. So I've talked about how we have these source maps. We can look at the bundle size because this directly affects how long users have to wait for your application. But there's also a really, really nice tool called Source Map Explorer. So if I say npm install Source Map Explorer, what this will do is this will actually give me a visual representation of that source map. And so it will show me how I can actually understand what's happening in my bundle size and make intelligent decisions about improving it. So with that, we've installed Source Map Explorer. And because we've been in ng build - prod, I think we should be able to actually run npx Source Map Explorer and point it at our dist file. We actually, we ran the build before we added the source maps. So we'll just do another ng build - prod, which is going to take into account all of our new settings that we've put in the AngularJSON, including source map true. And so instead of just getting out the bundles, we're going to get for each of these JavaScript files a .map file. And Source Map Explorer actually looks at those map files and then gives you a visual representation of that. There's a bunch of other tools out there that do this, like Webpack Bundle Analyzer is a really popular one, but we really don't recommend Webpack Bundle Analyzer because it can it operates at the wrong stage in the Angular compilation process where we actually do things after Webpack finishes with your application. And so the source map or the bundle size analysis that it generates isn't perfect, whereas Source Map Explorer kind of looks end to end.
I was double checking chat, but I love all these tips, and they were asking if they can rewatch your session. They will be available to rewatch on the Twitches and the YouTubes. Because I know Stephen is going at the speed of light and there's so many good things happening that you're like, please pause, please pause.
It's ironic. I go really fast, and I think part of it is that when I watch YouTube videos, I watch them all at 2x now. And so I think that's like feeding back into my brain to like go twice as fast.
Yeah, you got yourself used to that speed of thinking. I love it.
All right. If we've done things right here, and we'll see, because we haven't had a major failure yet in this demo, so that's definitely coming. We should be able to take a look at main ES 2015, and that gives us this nice little report. And so we can see our bundle size is 605 KB. We're paying 66 KB for the router. We're paying 64 for nice animations. Whoa. We're paying 37 for forms. Some of the progress component tree that we're pulling in, you can see which components I'm pulling in and what effects we've got. Like the pager costing 18 KB, the pop-ups costing 14 KB. And what we recommend people do is take a look at this. And once you understand where things are coming from, you can make architectural decisions about your application, about these things. So for example, I noticed that we have forms here. If I look at the experience, we don't really use forms on the home screen, right? Like we have this dropdown, which could theoretically be a form, but we don't actually need forms. And so if I wanted to save my users from having to pay that bundle size, I could lazy load the forms module as part of the experience where we actually need that. So for example, let's say we're adding a name of a hero and we need to like validate that content. And so making the user pay for the features when they need them rather than paying for them all up front is the goal here. And Source Map Explorer is a really, really great tool to see how much am I paying for the things I'm using and when are they being loaded.
Okay, so what we are looking at right now for the audience, this is Source Map Explorer.
Yep, this is the report on our application. So I just ran a production build. And so this is what I'm shipping down to the user and all the constituent parts, where that bundle size comes from.
Absolutely beautiful. Let's see. Yeah, I think everyone is loving this and also talking about how they're going to be bookmarking and referencing it for all of its goodness. I think we're at the top of our time, though. If you have any last shout outs that you wanted to give.
Yeah, the last shout out that I would make would be all about trying to keep your application up to date. So Angular, we work really, really hard to keep the ecosystem moving forward with us. And so we try and make it really easy for everyone to be on the latest version. This is part of the reason that we push out 2 releases a year, not to make it harder for you to update, but actually to make it easier for you to update. Like this is a parable that we see in software engineering all the time. Like if it's really hard to release your software, you should do it more often so that it's not as big of a deal and so that it's easier and smaller and more incremental. Because what Google have to do is we have to keep 2,600 plus applications up to date. Like when we make a change, any breaking change to Angular as part of any part of our API, we have to go fix those applications. And so we have really good automation. We have really good tooling to help do this for the world. And so it should be very easy. And if it's not, file a bug, and we should make it easier to stay up to date with Angular.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Stephen, for taking the time to join the Angular Relay and share all of your knowledge. It was really, really wonderful. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
All right. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks. Bye, everybody.
Oh my goodness. That was awesome. And seriously, going to be bookmarking and rewatching because that was so wonderful. I'm going to bring to the stage one of our MCs, Ivana, for closing comments. Hey, girl. Hey. What time is it for you?
Feeling?
How late is it?
It's 7:36 in the evening. It's not that late, but almost dinner time though. So how's everyone feeling? It's been a day.
It's incredible. I feel very humbled. I had so many amazing community influencers and teachers come on, and it was just like one after the other. So I'm just really humbled to be a part of such an incredible community. So thank you all for joining us for the Angular Relay. Let us know what you think. It was a new format. I think I might the next time make the sessions a little bit longer so we have more breathing room. But I wanted to see how 25 minutes felt. So
that's really cool though, because a lot of those can be taken to streams. Wink, wink. Let's do this. But yeah, a lot of those can be taken to streams, and oh my god, the amount of resources, it's just ridiculous. Like
yeah, it was wonderful. Okay, I have a special guest. Quick shout out. Can we bring him on stage? Fisher!
Hey, Alyssa and Ivana.
Hello. Okay, so I have a ton of GDE friends, ton of GDG friends, but this one we wanted to specifically give a shout out to GDG Houston, which I hear you know a thing or two about.
Thank you, Alyssa.
So when do you meet regularly? Is it a monthly meetup? Tell us about your gathering.
Previously, we used it to be when we were doing physical events. Now with virtual, we are mostly collaborating with a lot of GDGs and other meetups. So we are doing frequently. It's not like monthly or anything, but we are just doing continuous meetups.
Yes, that's awesome. And I'm assuming virtual, so people can join from, if they're not in Houston, they can still join.
Yeah, now with the benefit of virtual events, we have attendees from all over the world, which is great. And even for the giveaways, we are always choosing the digital giveaways so everyone can enjoy them.
That's awesome. So if you're looking for more Angular community, please check out GDG Houston. Vishal will give you a warm welcome, and there's lots of events going on there. So check them out. Thank you, Vishal, for hopping on. Do you have anything else you want to say?
So, feel free to join GDG Houston community, and if you're open to speaking at our events, reach out to us, and we are always open for new speakers.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Vishal.
Thank you so much, Alyssa and Ivana.
Oh, awesome. So yes, check out GGG Houston. And I think we have some announcements, some prizes, some riddly wrap-ups.
If I can share my screen. Okay. There it is. Can everyone see it?
Yeah, I can see it. I'm there. I see it.
Perfect. Well, of course, it's the end of the stream, and there are a few things to mention, and I'll let you mention this one.
Yeah, every Wednesday, 3 p.m. Eastern time, I hop on and we talk about UI and UX, and sometimes we do a CSS challenge. This next Wednesday, me and Ed Charbonneau are going to be getting on talking about Sass and some of the things you can do with it, but it's just a really fun place to come and hang out. So check it out. Same channel, same bat channel.
Tune in. And then obviously we have prizes. Look at all those prizes. And we have winners for those prizes. So all day you've been entering in the link. And should we announce them? Should we not?
Yeah. I say we announce. I say we do it.
Do this.
Here they are. We've got the mystery prize pack. Do you know how to say that one?
B. Petrovsky. Evo 98933, if I can read numbers. MS Taman. Congratulations.
Statement?
2 prizes.
Stopping? $25 USD gift cards from Amazon. Stephen Wynn, Ronnie, we're going to call you Ronnie. Flash Jab, J Gerb, ADIEP, Alchemist 1206, P. Keller, Greg Burt, and Bryce Devden. Ooh, and of course, as you can see, the Xbox winner.
The big one. It's Jez Bramau, that I don't know if I pronounced right, but congratulations, Jez.
Congratulations, Jess. Add me as a friend, Speedo Girl on the Xbox. Let's play. Let's oh my goodness.
And everyone winning, keep an eye on our email. We will be reaching out to you for details for shipping or for anything else. So follow those emails, please.
Okay, so I think we have one more day left, right?
Yes, we do. One more day.
One more tomorrow. We've done. So if you missed any of the days, Blazor, React, Xamarin, Maui, Angular, if you missed any of our incredible lineups, they're all available on Twitch and YouTube.
Yes. Twitch, YouTube, on our website, in the tabs, anywhere you can think of. And if you can't find them for some reason, although they are everywhere, tweet at us at DevReach. We'll give them to you.
We will hand you the link personally. But yes, tomorrow's the code party. It is a shorter day, but honestly, maybe a more fun one. Who knows? There'll be costumes, trivia, prizes, guest interviews. I mean, you name it, we'll have it.
Yeah, it's gonna be packed.
Don't miss the last day. Mm-hmm. Yes. I think that's all. That's a wrap. We're gonna raid. We're gonna raid somebody.
I have no idea. Actually.
Raid.
Sarah, are we gonna raid someone?
And whoever we raid, be sure to just give lots of love in the chat, just like emotes and all of those extras. Raiding, by the way, if this is your first day joining DevReach, is when you take a stream and you move it over to another stream. So we're gonna.
And by the way, we are raiding InstaFluff, which is one of my favorite streams. I have to say, show them our emotes. They're awesome. I think you're gonna love it. It's a stream that we approve of. So yeah, go ahead. InstaFluff.
Awesome. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow.